He writes in and says, the Gyllenhaal UFC stuff is actually part of the Roadhouse movie, that I was incorrect. So somehow he goes from bouncer to UFC in the new Roadhouse movie.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that is, he's a UFC fighter. They go out, they need somebody to bounce. So different angle.
So he doesn't go from Roadhouse to being UFC, probably UFC washed up to Roadhouse bouncer.
That's what I would say. And some millionaire that's got a bar he's got to clean up is in the crowd, sees him. He's like, this is the kind of guy I need to clean up my establishment.
Because throwing everybody around. Our friends at Slice, though, great place to grab a lunch today.
Absolutely. Local pizza, local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris still run it. Great place. There's 4 locations now. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and there is one right there in Crestline Park. The specialty pizzas are just incredible, from that Hot Mama you guys love, the Soul Pie, the Wing and a Prayer, Bajaya Special, Spicy Hawaiian. They've got it all. Stop by one of those 4 locations for great pizza, great brews. It's all at Slice. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right. Breaking news in the National Football League already. We've told you Chris Beard's the new coach at Ole Miss. That became official this morning. Didn't we have one other big NFL story today? Not yet, but we got one now. What is it, Brownie?
According to multiple reports now, the Raiders are signing Jimmy Garoppolo. The Raiders are giving 49ers quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo, according to Adam Schefter, a 3-year, $67.5 million deal, including $34 million guaranteed. It's according to sources to Schefter. So Jimmy Garoppolo is finding a new home, and he's finding it with the Vegas Raiders. And I think that's about what they had last year, honestly.
That's what honestly,
Derek Carr.
I'm right there with you. I think they're almost equivalent quarterbacks talent-wise. And so you look at that division right now, it'll be interesting to see if Russell Wilson's able to bounce back at all. But at best, you're the third quarterback in that division.
It just seems to be a personality comfort thing with Josh McDaniel, right? Their days back when he was the backup with the Patriots, it's something he's comfortable with. And I don't know if he and Derek ever got along or what. I would tell you that...
and he wins games.
He does. Jalen Ramsey to the Dolphins being called a salary dump by your Rams. Does that change your philosophy at all on what they're going to do this year, say with Matt Stafford or Aaron Donald? Will they sell off everybody? What do you think will happen?
I don't. I think that they'll keep those two. Those are kind of the pillars. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those guys retire as Rams in the next couple of years, but this is a rebuild. And look, you sold your soul for a Super Bowl. You got it. I mean, that's the good news. The bad news is I probably have to deal with a rebuild as a fan for the next 3-4 years.
Forrester, is that a done deal, Stidham to the Broncos? Is that a done deal? Is that what you're wishing for?
No, I think Stidham is.
I do think I saw that earlier.
Okay, so Stidham is now a Denver Bronco, former Auburn quarterback.
John in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, does this mean Rodgers will look really hard at the 49ers with Garoppolo out of the way?
No, I think the 49ers are happy where they don't have to do a roster dump. They have the luxury of having a quarterback going into year 2 and a quarterback going into year 3, and both of which they think are capable of winning a lot of games.
Yeah, they could take Trey Lance's and Brock Purdy's salary, combine them, double them, and still save cap space compared to signing one of these free agents, right?
Goose said Rodgers needs to look really hard at a shower in retirement.
It was so funny. A guy came up to me at the hotel bar, and I was getting up. I was like, you can have my seat. And we started talking. I was like, what's your name? He was like, Aaron Rodgers. And he looked like, I swear, he looked just like him. I was like, dude, you're like a foot short to be Aaron Rodgers, and you washed your hair.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Remember, go to our website and click on the QR code, enter the bracket challenge. Try to win Chuck's Bucks. QR codes everywhere to get you linked into that. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow on the show.
3:30 live today. Next round cocktail hour. Brittany Wagner, Kelly Hunter, tune in.
All right, until next time, God bless you. And God bless America.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome into a new show now live on a Tuesday as the NCAA basketball tournament play-in games start tonight. Not in a tournament, are they, Brownie? Are they?
Not yet. They're playing to get there, man. Playing to get there. Got to get in the big tournament.
Playing to get there tonight. That's where Mississippi State is. They're one of the games tonight, an SEC team in Dayton. They go after the early game, which will give us Alabama's opponent in the first round. So a little something to talk about as we get going here. Some football news to get to, a lot of NFL conversation. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Tyler, for one more day, Tyler, in charge of the whole shooting match up here, and then Rockstar presumably back tomorrow. Is that true?
I think Rocky's coming back later this afternoon, so he'll be on the show tomorrow, but I haven't heard anything lately from him.
I got the confirmation last night, so yes.
So he's en route home, and Rocky back on the show tomorrow. Everyone in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room wants to know, after you graduate later today from us, what's next for you? You going to keep hanging around with us up here for a while?
I mean, I don't have anything else to do right now, so...
this is the worst option, but it's the only option, right?
No, I love being here, and I'd like to stick around.
Well, you are more than welcome to stick around. You've done a great job.
He has, man. It's incredible.
How long has it been? See, I think you guys think it's been a long time.
It feels like a long time.
Seems like it's gone quick.
It does seem like it's gone quick, mainly because Tyler's done such a fantastic job. You made it seem seamless, Tyler. So we're forever appreciative to you.
And for those who are have never worked in this business or don't know, what he's doing is really difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he makes it look easy. Rockstar makes it look easy. It's not easy, and the three of us make it harder. Like, we don't make it easier. We make it harder.
I mean, not as hard as Lunsford and Forrester and Taylor make it, but we do make it harder.
We do make it harder. So
Forrester makes it really hard, giving him like, oh, wait, what do I have today? I mean, Forrester has given me 10 different cuts I got to call for. He does the trash. He does all this. He does all that. I mean, Forrester just throws stuff at him.
Yeah. But we make it hard.
Bottom of our hearts, forever. Thank you for everything you've done. It's been perfect. It'd be like a rock band needing a drummer at the drop of a hat or a lead guitar player. You've been fantastic, and we appreciate you so much.
Damon Johnson in studio just a couple of weeks ago, and Gary Rossington.
Please don't compare us to.
Was a little under the weather.
Yeah,
it didn't work out for Gary.
Yep.
Maybe it'll work out a long time for Damon. Rockstar, for whatever reason, doesn't make it back. You're first up.
Yeah.
That was a dark turn there, Lance.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone now in the chat room. Make sure you read the chat room. Show it to your mom and dad later on. How many people love Tyler in there? All right, basketball tonight. True TV. Don't know where it is. I don't even know if I've got it on YouTube. As a YouTube, my first year of the NCAA tournament with YouTube TV, do I have True TV on my YouTube?
This is the week you find out, man.
Yeah. Okay, so I get to watch the games tonight at home if I choose to do that. Actually, I've got dinner plans tonight, but it's somewhere I will glance at the TV tonight. We'll be home maybe for the late game.
Yeah.
It starts just after 8 o'clock for Mississippi State. Let's start there. Mississippi State and Pittsburgh. I think the winner of this game, either one, has a good chance of beating Iowa State when they get there. It won't be the first time we've seen it. These people in Dayton sometimes get a little momentum going, coming out of Dayton and go and get a win.
Yeah, and this is the first time, I think I brought this up yesterday, that Pitt has gone to a NCAA tournament under Jeff Capel. 5 years, first appearance, 11-game turnaround from last year. And Mississippi State, again, they started off with a bang in non-conference play. Then they were awful early in SEC play, and they really turned it around. They won 9 of the last 13 games defensively. They're one of the best teams in college basketball. So this should be a good game tonight.
Good game tonight, Brownie. You expect a good game tonight?
Well, I do. I mean, it's hard to predict what you get in these games, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if you guys, because they're all. I mean, when you look at point spread, they're all going to be tight. These teams are where they are for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, Mississippi State's 2.5-point favorite.
Yeah, and like Texas Southern's a 2.5-point favorite. So tomorrow night these are going to be tight games. A&M Corpus Christi a 3.5-point favorite as they play SEMO for the right to play Alabama. Do you think it's hard for me to remember. Would you say these are normally pretty good games?
It does seem like it, but I can't remember.
I feel like we normally get fairly close games here. I don't feel like we get a whole lot of blowouts.
In all honesty, I'm usually in Las Vegas this week.
Rain, you're not watching this one.
And Yeah, usually it's a travel day, today or tomorrow, or I'm
Right.
packing. So I don't watch a lot of the play-in games. I've never made it like part of my preamble, part of my Bill of Rights. But I do agree with you; they're not really in the tournament.
Oh, thank
but-
you.
but-
Yes, welcome
I
on.
thought this was the first time.
No. I just, I don't, sometimes is in my role, much like Tyler and I are a lot alike. Sometimes we just do our jobs, Tyler,
Right.
just so everyone else can, have success and rise up.
Jim crawls so we can all walk.
Yeah. So
yes.
there are times, I need to be not the sunlight on the show. I need to stand in the shadows of you.
Right.
Like when you're making
Right.
winning
Yes.
picks on Fridays in football season as the Brown Bandit. I sort of, I stay in the shadows.
I got
but-
to be honest. I heard it again pre-show that Friday was one of your favorite shows of all time.
All
And
time, yeah.
I want
Great
to
show.
point out that Brown was not part of that
Great.
show.
I mean, brought it up again out of the blue. So, what are you trying to say here? You're
trying to
saying that
say-
all these years you've criticized me for this,
I've not criticized you for you. I've always set you up so
Right.
you can shine.
but you've always agreed with me on
But
this.
I agree with you.
It's a play-in game.
Yeah. I'm a moderate when it comes to the NCAA tournament, but I'm a fiscal conservative when it comes to play-in games. I'm right with you.
I will point out that I received a piece of information from the NCAA concerning the games this weekend. And it had a schedule on it for coaches' press conferences.
Right.
And the one they list, it's the one here in Birmingham, the one they list for either SEMO or Texas A&M Corpus Christi literally says play-in game winner coach
That's right.
from the NCAA. So they can massage it however they want and call it the opening round or the first four, whatever they used to call it. They view it as a play-in game too.
Well, and I don't understand.
Not to get it too inside baseball with everyone, but you sure that came from the NCAA and not from our friends at Night Edie?
It came. It came with my NCAA credentials, so I don't know who typed it up. I don't really care. It's a playing game.
Yeah, it is a playing game. I agree with that. It's a fiscal bracket conservative. I'll go with you on that. It's a play-in game.
Now,
tonight.
Jeff is right. If they're quote-unquote not really in the tournament, Jeff says in the chat room, we got to back off 8 teams in the tournament if State takes the L tonight. You'll have to go back to 7 teams in the tournament.
Jeff, you're exactly right.
He's right about that. We got to be consistent.
Exactly. But see, I'm a moderate SEC fan. In fact, I'm a liberal SEC fan. I am far left on the SEC. I go very, very over the top SEC.
I really.
So
I've noticed, yes.
I am 8, and I'll virtually go 9 because I feel like Vandy got screwed. So 8.4. I'll have to round down to 8. So, Jeff, I disagree with you. I'm going to go very liberal on that and say, no, we've got 8 in. Whatever benefits the SEC most.
Where do you stand on this, Lance? I forget.
I agree with you guys because I'm one of those since 1985 purist on 64.
That's right.
Don't ever expand it. There's no reason to do this. I don't know how these 4 games are moneymakers. I mean, only to me, fan bases, this is much like some of the bowls, like the Little Caesars bowls. Fan bases and family and friends are the only people, and gamblers are the only people that watch these.
Multiple Caesars in your bowl game there. The Little Caesars bowls, like a bunch of them are running around. Hey, it's a Little Caesars.
But you guys will give me a Thursday afternoon game in late December is a game that only diehard gamblers are watching unless they've got an affiliation with one of those teams.
That's right.
And I'm the same tonight. Like Mississippi State, Pittsburgh, yes, I will watch that game because I think it's 2 quality teams. But outside of that, nobody wants to watch this. So how do they generate money on this?
I assume it is part. I mean, it was part of the renegotiated with Turner and CBS television package.
Part of the TV deal.
Yeah, and I guess they threw that in, and they're like, oh, okay, we got some weeknight games we put on True TV.
Yeah. And by the way, when we go to 90 teams, whatever it's going to be, 90, 96, whatever it's going to be, I think if I understand right, the plan is for today to be a full day of games and Wednesday be a full day of games.
That's what I've heard. I don't know.
So we could be starting the tournament today.
Now, they do get a full cut. And that's the only
right.
way you can pull this off is you got to pay them a full tournament cut. Yeah. You can't expect them to go to Dayton and not get money. I don't think that makes it a tournament game. But I will point out, as people are mentioning in the chat room, they do get the full tournament cut.
That's right. And so will the teams that eventually start playing
Right.
at 11 o'clock on Tuesdays and Wednesdays in the future tournaments when we have flying cars and all that happening in the future. We jump in to a part of the show in just a second, Harbin's Outdoors and how they can fix the pool and everything. But a quick timeout, if I may. Patrick was the first to notice that you didn't say it out loud, but you mouthed an F word. Is now that we're on video, not just audio, as you were getting into the conversation.
I dropped one yesterday on Next Round Cocktail Hour. My problem is that gremlin's back.
Oh, let's have a computer issue.
I did not have one issue when we were in Nashville.
Yeah, so
I think it's this right here. I'll mouth another one.
You think it's that?
So you think the mouse is causing
Yeah,
it?
because I didn't take the mouse with me.
Well, take
Right.
the mouse off the table and see if it still happens.
Well, it's unplugged. Oh,
it's
it is
unplugged.
unplugged, so it is
It's
off.
just- I
Do
take
you
it off
mean
the table.
literally off the
I mean,
table?
literally off the table. Let's get it as far away from Lance's computer as possible.
And the other thing I wanted to get to, people were was Patrick also making fun of my quarter zip? I did notice that all of a sudden
I like that.
I have contradicting brands here. I'm Nike. I'm Under Armour here.
Yeah.
You should know better than that.
Yeah. Jim's a free agent, basically. He's just going to wear everybody's gear.
Yeah. More on a gear deal with us coming up a little bit later. But we don't have Nike or
It's
Under.
not Nike or Under Armour.
Oh, by the way, that gear, I unwrapped it last night.
Sweet.
Shit's soft.
Yeah, it's high dollar.
I told you, boys.
$1.
I've been excited about this one.
Yeah, more later.
What
More
colors do y'all have? Because I want to make sure we don't wear the same thing. I don't know if you guys watched Next Round Cocktail Hour.
I did.
With Brittany and Kelly. They both showed up with fuchsia on, like dressed identical.
Well, I mean, Brandon and I were both in the same sweatshirt for the show, so I threw this on just quickly.
Why did you change?
Because I didn't want us to be sitting. I mean, we got Charles Barkley coming up in the next segment.
That's going to bang him
Oh,
up.
I mean,
No,
Charles
no.
will probably hang up.
But
He's a wealth of style.
every time Charles comes on, it seems like it gets some national play on our show. So I just didn't want to, them to go, oh, look at the two guys dressed exactly alike. So I changed up a little bit. Threw a hat on for you, so we look different.
I wonder if we can not bait Charles, but get Charles. I wonder if he'll pick Alabama to win it all, because Charles said on our show months ago that Alabama was the best team in the nation, and that went viral, so much so that Alabama basketball, which by the way, we've joked, Alabama basketball, huge friends of the show. We love Coach Oates. He's been great to us. The entire staff over there, Alabama basketball, loves us. We love them. Same with Auburn.
Why do you need the disclaimer there?
Because we joked about them using it without,
Well, I mean, I think what would be fair,
anyway,
I agree with you, Brown, is 10 tickets to these sessions.
we told Greg Byrne we need Final Four tickets. Little did I know the value of these tickets. We should have negotiated these.
Final Four would be cheap. It's a football stadium.
Yeah. But so much so going viral that Alabama basketball uses it in their pregame video from our show. So if Charles picks Alabama to win the national championship, that goes viral. Do you think he'll do it?
I think he will.
I think he's going to say Houston.
I think he's going to say Alabama. I don't know how you could say Houston. If you said Alabama a couple of months ago after watching them in Nashville and then the uncertainty with Marcus Sasser.
Charles Barkley in the next segment. Our friends at Harbin's Outdoors, making your pool and other things outside look fantastic.
Yeah, about to do some work around the house for me. Really excited about this. And again, when we built the pool, it's been a decade ago, I wish I would have known Jeremy Harbin, because they make it so simple. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting and beautiful and final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs. That's 205-300-0718. Tell them the Next Round sent you.
All right, so here's what's happening with us the rest of the week. Thursday, we're live downtown at Southern. That's been playing for a while now, and with our friends at Redmond Vodka, you still have the opportunity to jump into the bracket challenge. So many of you have already jumped in on this. We'll put a QR code up here in just a second. It's right there on the screen. We'll be talking about winning Charles Barkley's Bucks in the next segment with Charles Barkley. But go ahead and sign up, and once you register, you got a chance to win not only the $1 million, that once-in-a-lifetime shot of throwing out that perfect bracket, but also other great prizes if you do well on the bracket challenge there. So we're doing that. It's the final pour bracket right there with our friends at Redmont Vodka. We'll tell you more about Redmont coming up. But we'll be down at Southern, which is right there in Uptown, right next to the arena. It'll be a great place to be on Thursday. We're there live 9 to 1. Looking forward to that. We'll have a lot of friends come by, much like we did in Nashville at the SEC tournament. We'll be hanging out down there talking a little hoop Thursday.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get a confirmation on when doors will open. We're hoping we can get that done at 10 o'clock because I know there's a lot of people that want to come out early. A lot of people are taking off work. Obviously, a lot of people in town. And we want to make sure you can pregame somewhere, and that's a place to pregame with us.
So we did 10 o'clock in Nashville. That was a noon tip for Alabama that day. Auburn was playing that night. But, I mean, you guys are so good to our show. People literally were waiting at the door at 10 o'clock to come in. So we know you guys are willing to show up at 10 o'clock to have some drinks before a game or some food here at the Southern. So we'll hopefully be able to do that. Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's a really cool place, too, man. I don't go enough. I'll go every 3 or 4 months. I remember you and I did a show there on a Friday night years ago.
Wow.
Do you remember? It was a football Friday night show, right?
I do, yeah.
Do you remember who stopped by?
Bruce Pearl.
Bruce Pearl did, because Auburn was
did.
playing basketball at the Legacy Arena the next day, and the team showed up, and they were going to eat there, and they swung by and hung out.
Bruce knows how to get there. He'll be right next door.
Yeah.
Fire him a text, don't wait, see if he'll stop by.
You know, the thing I remember most about that, outside of the fact that Bruce was there, is we were looking across the street, and there was basically a bigger mud puddle than you grew up in. And it was, before the stadium, and this was what? Maybe 3 years ago?
I want to say it was 2018 or 2019.
2019.
2019.
That's fair.
Of which Auburn won that game the next day. I forget who they beat, but they've had a pretty good run at Legacy Arena. They've got good mojo inside that arena.
Somebody doesn't.
Alabama's got to get over some recent losses. They're including this year to Gonzaga, last year to Davidson. But we're looking forward to it down there at Southern. But you're right, Protective Stadium didn't exist when we did that show, and now it's beautiful right next door to that. Beautiful Uptown is where we'll be Thursday. And then where are we Friday? Let's pretend Jim doesn't know where we are Friday. We're in studio with our normal show because it's not a game day, and we'll be watching the games and everything and reacting with you guys live on the show. But then that night, where are we?
Well, we made the decision, instead of doing a show during the day with our friends at Redmont Vodka, Bud Light will be involved as well. Because it was St. Patrick's Day, we would push it back in the day from 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock at the Tide English Pub. We figured a lot of activity right there at the Westin Hotel. So if you've never been to the Tide English Pub, it is right across from Legacy. It's right there. It's the hotel bar in the Westin. So we're going to be broadcasting 5 to 7, St. Patrick's Day. That's kind of the day off for all of the fans in town. A lot of college basketball going on. We'll have giveaways there. We'll have great specials. A lot of people like to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, so it should be a lot of fun.
All right. Watley says, I got a $600 full-day single ticket for Birmingham on Thursday. Crazy to think what the next round will cost on Saturday when Alabama and Auburn are in there. By the way, Watley, that's a good price if you got both sessions.
So I got this confirmed yesterday. In fact, I have read what the NCAA sends to the schools. Each school is required to purchase 350 tickets. And then you have an option of purchasing 50 more. So the most any school could have will be 400.
400. I missed that by 100.
Yep, 400 tickets. So you can do the math on these sessions and how many of the other tickets have been open to the general public. I am interested to see the crowd breakdown because Alabama fans have been buying this ticket up for quite a while, thinking they'll be in Birmingham.
That's right. We mentioned that a little bit yesterday because initially on Sunday I was concerned if for the Alabama fans who were like, man, we're the number one overall seed. We deserve, a home court advantage. And then all of a sudden Auburn's in here, so they're going to, scoop up some tickets. But then people pointed out, well, Alabama's been buying tickets for a few weeks. Auburn actually is new to the party. But they will get a lot of tickets. So it'll be interesting to see how it's broke up. We'll get back into the tickets and the demand for all that a little bit later on. Charles Barkley's coming up on the other side. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. We've been celebrating. I was reminded last night as I was playing poker over with Lunsford last night that we are, fast approaching our year 2 anniversary. It'll be here before you know it, coming up in August. Just think about Wayne's. They're celebrating 50 years now.
You think we'll make it to 50?
I read a new study.
We won't.
I read a new study last night from a guy who says he has made some lifestyle changes.
Right.
That his biological clock is actually going backwards. He's 63.
Yeah.
His biological clock is 43. He thinks he can make it to 120.
Dude will be dead in a month.
Thinks he can make it to 120.
You watch. Let's keep
Yeah.
up with this old cat.
Yeah.
I bet he don't. I'll go stake bet he doesn't live 3 more years.
How about we do this? How about we do a death pool on him? I mean, if he
We pick an
lives
age?
there, we're all going to be gone anyway. Yeah, we pick an age.
Well, I mean, Charles is coming up real quick, and we'll get back to
All right.
Wayne's.
Yeah.
But I want to do a death pool on this guy.
3 things he has eliminated.
All right.
I got red meat.
No, eats 100 I can't remember grams of protein. Well, eats a lot of protein every day, so he eats red meat. But he doesn't eat processed food. Right?
It's going to hurt me.
He sleeps 8 hours a day.
That's going to kill me.
He doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink any alcohol at all.
Jesus, I'm not going to be able to give this guy a run, am I?
And he's got no stress. So,
Oh, wow.
Boy, if you thread that needle.
I think he's in a death pool. I think he'll take him over you.
Well, yeah, and how old is he?
He's 63. And by the way, he does look 43. He's a 1 seed. You're a 16 probably.
I mean, will you at least give me a 215?
Yeah, I'll give you a 5'12".
Lance not in the play-in.
You're a fighter. Our friends at Wayne's, they've been helping you for years and years. 50 years. They got $50 off all their services right now, and you can stack those up and save big money. I want to focus on mosquito service and the lawn service right now, because the lawn service makes your yard look the best, the absolute best it can look. That green, wonderful, thick grass that you can run around barefoot in the backyard and have just a great time outside. And no mosquitoes to worry about, too. $50 off each one of those. Stack it up, save $100. Throw in pests, throw in termite services. Whether you're a new customer or an existing customer, the savings are there for you. If you use the promo code TNR. TNR, what does that stand for? The Next Round. TNR is the promo code. Put it in there if you go to callwaynes.com, the website, or when you call them up, 866-WAYNES1, just say promo code TNR. TNR, TNR, TNR. That's the promo code. You'll save big. New customers, existing customers, doesn't matter. Promo code TNR. Callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. They are the #1 seed when it comes to pest, termite, lawn care, and mosquito services. It's our friends at Wayne's. Callwaynes.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round, Charles Barkley, in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Peachtree Planning. Man, you got a chance to lock in before we talk to Charles Barkley. Boy, if you won Charles's Bucks, Chuck's Bucks, with our friends at Redmont in our bracket challenge, $1 million, first thing you should do is take that $1 million, our friends at Peachtree Planning, let them plan it out for you.
Well, they will make sure you invest it wisely. That's what these guys do. They want to make sure you know that proper investments are going to lead to an early retirement. They're going to lead to that financial security, which everybody wants. Financial security is freedom. Our guys at Peachtree Planning, they can help out with this. Peachtree Planning, independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with your greatest financial concerns. Look, I had to make a change from my original financial advisor before financial planner. Things weren't working out. So, look, if you're not comfortable in the situation you're in right now, these guys offer comprehensive wealth management and financial strategies to clients all across the country. They are locally right here. Great guys. Reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit. If your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning, that's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Give them a call, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437, and tell them the next round sent you.
A Southeast Missouri State and Texas A&M Corpus Christi tonight at 5:40 on True TV. The winner gets Alabama Thursday in Birmingham. Then it's Pittsburgh and Mississippi State. Winner gets Iowa State. That's right after that, around 8 o'clock, 8:10 on True TV after the conclusion of that first game. By the way, injury for Pittsburgh that they're dealing with, Federico, so nice they named him twice, 6'11", had been bothered by a knee injury for Pittsburgh. He was not 100% last time he tried to play. They'll need him tonight because he's their big presence underneath. That Mississippi State team's physical as heck.
Yeah, they really are. Again, they try to grind you down, and it seems like 1 out of 4 teams in this tournament are missing a really, really important piece.
Injuries or a storyline, no doubt about it, as they get there. So see how Mississippi State handles Pittsburgh without a 100% Federico tonight. 6'11", little knee problem there as they get ready for that contest. And Nate Oates, let us know a little bit that Brandon Miller actually played the entire SEC tournament with a groin injury that was bothering him. I should hurt my groin sometime.
Yeah, I was about to say,
play like Brandon Miller did.
He's pretty good with a bad groin. I can tell you that, man. He's pretty good with a lot of things, but that's if he's playing that hurt, that's impressive.
Charles Barkley joins us here in just a second. In basketball news, elsewhere, Georgia Tech hired Damon Stoudemire yesterday, and if you just think, okay, here's a great NBA player that Georgia Tech's going to roll the dice and just give this guy, because of his name, a chance to recruit and coach at Georgia Tech. That's not the case. He was a head coach already at Pacific back in 2016 to 2021. Tough job. He was 71-77. He's been a longtime assistant coach after his NBA playing career, which was about 15 years. And since then, he was the guy that the Celtics relied on to be a big X and O guy on the bench. Jay Batt, the athletic director there in Atlanta, hiring Damon Stoudemire. And a lot of people say the 49-year-old, appreciative of this opportunity, could do great things for Georgia Tech there.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's an Arizona guy, and he was one of those players for a while, just a great scorer. was a lottery guy with the Raptors, won Rookie of the Year, played a long time in the NBA, and a guy that probably relates well to players. I mean, he's still under 50 years old.
I have always been curious why somebody can't unlock Georgia and Georgia Tech in basketball. We've seen it a little bit with Georgia Tech. I guess we've seen it with Georgia too. I mean, they've been to a Final Four. But the fact in a metro area like Atlanta, those two schools can be better more consistently is very puzzling to me.
Yeah,
I'll be interested to see if Stoudemire could do it.
They specifically reference Georgia Tech's academics as always a challenge there at Georgia Tech.
Georgia's a pretty good school too, isn't it?
Georgia's a pretty good school too, but obviously Georgia Tech's a little different. It'll be interesting to see what he's able to do there. But, you know, when you've got a guy like Bruce Pearl who goes and gets Jabari out of the state of Georgia, Alabama's recruited well in Georgia. If you're a great player, I'm sure the ACC schools like Carolina and Duke are going into Georgia. There are a lot of people there. Keeping them in state, not always easy. Sometimes you want to go play at a better basketball school out of state.
It's an easy town to recruit to, I would think.
You would think.
Yeah, and outside of just the talent you've got, I mean, AAU has been great in Atlanta for years. This hire is kind of a surprise to me. I mean, it's a big name hire. I guess sometimes you just don't realize who some of these big names are that played in the NBA that are actually coaching right now.
Okay, I'm going to make a producer thing here so we get maximum time with Charles Barkley. Quick break here. We'll come back on the other side. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for a new season, fishing season around the corner.
Fishing. They get that great firearms showroom, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. You go see it for yourself. Get stocked up for fishing. Get that great firearm, the hunting gear, everything right there at Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Always go see them at Nichols Outfitters. They know the outdoors.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Our friends at New York Butcher Shop are the folks that handle our steak beds for us, and they handle your lunch every day. Before we talk about steaks and those meals, just a lunch you can go by and get. If you've ever been to New York or seen in movies, those New York-style deli sandwiches where the meat literally are stacked that high on there, that's what you get at New York Butcher Shop. They've really brought the best of the Big Apple here to Birmingham.
Yeah, you can stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cava Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Yesterday, by the way, the portal opened up for college basketball. Opened up Monday. People stopped counting at the first 200 players that went in there. Some 5-star players, some big names who left big programs like J.J. Starling and Sky Clark and Eddie Lampkins and Kobe Williams. Some guards. Lampkins is a big guy. If you're Chris Beard at Ole Miss, day one on the job, and you want to remake Ole Miss's roster, you instantly just updated your computer and it went 200 people just like that in the portal.
I mean, that's the way to do it now. Look, if you don't have a good team and you need to completely flip the roster. I mean, Kevin Keats, who's an 11 seed right now with NC State, that's what they did. They went out, they got 4 guys out of the portal. They signed 7 new guys, a complete makeover. And, you know, they go from 22 losses to in the NCAA tournament.
I again don't understand the calendar we use in college sports. Why would you open the portal the week of the NCAA tournament? Like, you got 68 teams that are, in theory, trying to win a national championship.
Yeah, they've got no time to be looking at these guys.
Exactly. I mean, just take Alabama, who, by the way, one of the reasons they are where they are is a portal guy, Mark Sears. I mean, he's a big contributor, right?
Could you look at it like this? The NCAA is trying to help out teams that aren't in the tournament and trying to make more parity.
Yeah, but my point was going to be, I'm going to guess Nate Oates right now has got scouting going on both these teams that are playing tonight. What do you think?
Yes.
You already got your scout ready, depending on who wins tonight. I'm going to guess Nate Oates has already got guys scouting West Virginia and Maryland.
Yeah.
So you got your scout ready to go for that game.
I'd be watching that game. I wouldn't watch tonight. You watch Netflix.
But I mean, do you really think his staff also has time to break down 200 guys in the portal to find that 1 or 2 that might help them?
To your point, they don't have the analyst that everyone else has, like in football. I mean, when you've got more analysts than you have coaches who can be handling that kind of things. I'm sure there's somebody in the office that
I'm sure,
taking a look at that.
You could probably get it done. But why force these teams who, by the way, are paying for the NCAA? Without this tournament, the NCAA goes out of business. So why force those teams that are paying your bills to do this too? Is just stupid. Wait 3 weeks. Open it after the Final Four.
UAB and NIT, UAB and Southern Miss in the NIT tonight, 6:30 as they go down at Bartow Arena. We look forward to see what Andy can do with this team down the stretch. See what Jelly Walker's postseason looks like in the NIT. But it's disappointing they're not in the NCAA tournament. Didn't like the way they played in the championship game. But they go at Bartow tonight, 6:30 for you UAB fans. Want to catch a little basketball tonight, you can get down there and cheer on the Blazers against a really good Southern Miss team that was 14-4 this year in the Sun Belt.
You know, this is one of those things, and by the way, UAB's pretty healthy favorite at 9.5. The NIT is really unpredictable because you don't know who's going to show up and really want to play. Like, I've got a feeling Vanderbilt is going to want to play in this tournament, but they're only now a 3.5-point favorite tonight. I only gave out 3 plays. One was an NIT game. A little scared. I feel like this team will be motivated tonight. We'll see.
UAB or Southern Miss?
They didn't play that game.
Yeah, okay. But Vanderbilt, you think they'll be motivated?
I've got a feeling that they could be the Texas A&M last year.
Yeah.
Little chip on shoulder. Thought they probably, the way they played the second half of the season, deserved to get into this tournament. Denton, I think they'll come to play, but that was not the game I played. I stayed away.
They get Yale. We'll jump into some football news, and then Charles Barkley, hopefully here in a second. Ron Slay scheduled to be up here at the top. Our friends at Hemp Hill bringing you this show, Adam, Chad, and them. If you want LT's free play, he gives it out thanks to our friends at Hemp Hill every day.
Yeah, winner last night with the Memphis Grizzlies. Jump on board. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services also offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
A big deal for Alabama football. The news announced yesterday the contracts for their new coordinators, and they're 3-year deals now. A lot of coaches used to be 1-year deals, and then they got to be 2-year deals. Now some assistants signing 3-year deals. That's what Kevin Steele and Tommy Rees gets. Each will be making $1.9 million next year, 3-year deals. Rees's goes up to $2 million and $2.1 million over the next 3 years. Greg Byrne making that announcement yesterday, and it was voted on and approved by the Board of Trustees.
Do both make it 3 years?
I think Tommy Rees, I don't think you would go to Kevin Steele for a head coaching position. I think Tommy Rees could, if he's successful for a year or two at Alabama, could be a good head coach.
Yeah, but Kevin Steele could be a stopgap for a year, right?
Where?
You mean as a defensive coordinator, not as a head coach?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I
That's
see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, do you think both of those guys are offensive and defensive coordinators at Alabama for 3 years?
I could see Kevin Steele on that staff for 3 years, whether he's an analyst or coaching on the field, absolutely. And Tommy Rees is a guy who I think will stay there until he leaves to be a head coach.
And that's a nice bump for Tommy Rees. I mean, to be able to come to a program where you have an opportunity to win a national championship, ultimately that will lead to a job probably as a Power 5 coach one day if you're successful. And to make $1.9 million at 30 years old, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, but you could see Tommy Rees getting a good job out of this.
Absolutely.
I mean, every Alabama offensive coordinator under Saban just about has gotten a really good job out of it. I could see Tommy Rees with his age, his background, having been at Notre Dame, having been at Alabama, a couple good years, and that guy could be one of the hottest names in all of college football.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be, Lincoln Riley, Garrett Riley type levels. Charles Barkley is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Sir Charles, welcome in. We're about to tell people how to win Chuck's Bucks this week with Redmont Vodka. How are you today?
Man, I'm doing great. A little tired of studying all these NCAA things, but hey, life is good. I got no complaints.
Well, the tournament is about to start. We'll get your pick, but I do want to ask you, as a guy that grew up, Birmingham is a suburb of Leeds. How about this town getting both Alabama and Auburn in the first round? This is going to be a crazy scene in Birmingham this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's great for the state. It's great for Birmingham. Auburn, we got a chance against Iowa. Ours solid, but, we got, in my opinion, I love our coach, so we got a chance against anybody. We just got to keep the game close and make some shots. So I'm looking forward to the Iowa game, and I think we getting the 2 breaks. I think playing in Birmingham is a big deal, and also Sasser being hurt at Houston. If we get past Iowa, I think we got a good chance because he's their best player. And listen, I've said before, I appreciate Alabama using me in their little video montage. I think they got the best player in the country. I think they got the best team in the country. And it's going to be very tough to beat them, period.
Okay, well, we're not going to jump the script yet and get your national champion, but back to the potential matchup in Birmingham, the 1-seed Houston and the 9th-seeded Auburn Tigers. We were all sitting at walk-ons, Chuck, with, Montel, Eleanor, the crew at Redmont Vodka, watching the selection show. We were completely blown away that Auburn goes to Birmingham as a 9th seed. How pissed would you be if you were Kelvin Sampson?
I don't think he's pissed because I think that they got the second-best team. I think they listen, I think Auburn got a tremendous break with Sasser being hurt. I think it's going, but we got to get past Iowa first. I'm going to pick us to beat Iowa. I'm not going to pick us to beat Houston. I was doing my conference calls yesterday for the tournament. I would not play Sasser this weekend. to be honest with you. Because the groin is a very tricky thing. He could be out for the rest of the season if he tweaks that groin. I would rest him this entire weekend and give him 2 weeks off. Because if I'm Houston, I'm saying to myself, yeah, we're going to beat Northern Kentucky for sure, but we're probably going to beat Iowa or Auburn. I'm not going to risk my best player. I'm going to give him a whole 2 weeks to get healthy. But I'm telling you, it's going to be. I like Auburn against Iowa, and hey, thank the tournament for putting us in Birmingham. I think it's great for Auburn fans too.
Yeah, back to Marcus Sasser. You played for so long. I'm sure you've had a groin injury before. How bad is it?
Well, the problem is there's two injuries that you hate: the groin and the abdominal. When you hurt your muscle around your stomach area, abdominal wall. Because what happens is there's nothing you can do except rest it. And the problem is you're going to start feeling good like 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Then the first time you try to play basketball, you hurt it again. The only thing happen is rest. So I think, like I say, I think it's a bad break for Houston, but I think it could be potentially a great break for Auburn because, no, listen, those Alabama fans, they better be cheering for Auburn. And I'll tell you this, Auburn fans better be cheering for Alabama. This is not like football. I think both teams should cheer for the other team, especially being in Birmingham. I think is a huge advantage.
Okay, but why should they be cheering for the other team? Explain that to me. I saw your comments yesterday in the headlines, and I was they're not in the same region. They can only play each other if they meet for the national championship. Why should an Auburn fan be cheering for Alabama?
Well, because we're in Alabama. This is not football. We hate them in football. They hate us in football. Shout out to Coach Freeze, who's doing a fabulous job, I might add, between the recruiting and the transfer portal. Coach Freeze has done a fabulous job. I'm really proud of what he's accomplished. So that being said, hey, man, we're in Alabama. This ain't football. Football's a different animal. Those Alabama fans better be rooting for us. And listen, I'm calling out my Auburn fans. We should be rooting for Alabama too.
But Charles, can I make a case for you? Because,
yes.
I mean, all due respect to Auburn football, Auburn basketball has been more successful than Auburn football recently. Alabama basketball is now here at the party the last couple of years. I think the basketball rivalry is more intense than the football rivalry right now.
First of all, that's just crazy talk. Now you're just being crazy. Wait, are y'all drinking red mud on the round table?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm open. If somebody will mix me a drink, I will do it. But the intensity of those two home games are insane right now. These fan bases it's intense in basketball right now.
First of all, I totally agree with you, and we should have won that other game in Tuscaloosa too. We choked that one away. We should have won that game. But listen, they don't have to play each other to the national championship game if they both get there, which that's unrealistic. But if you're gonna be in the arena, wait. First of all, how many people in Alabama actually ever been to Iowa? Just for the record, 0. Hey, I'm going to go out on a limb. How many people in Alabama, whether Alabama or Auburn fans, actually been to Iowa? Nope, that's a hard no. They have not been there, okay? And in Alabama, hey, man, I told you, they have the best team. They have the best player. It's great recognition for the state. It's great. Hey, shout out to the Mayor Woodfin, the great mayor of Birmingham. This is great for Alabama, man. I'm a pro-Alabama guy. Anything that's going to be great for the state of Alabama, I think is awesome. So, listen, come on, man. Don't compare Alabama rivalry in basketball to Alabama rivalry in football. Stop that. You guys stop that.
Stop it, Dunaway. Stop.
Real quick, Chuck, I agree with half of your theory here because if Houston is to lose to Auburn, I could see Alabama fans pull for that because Alabama fans do not believe Auburn's going to make a run to a Final Four or a national championship. To go on a knockout of one like Houston, who you just said is the second best team in college basketball, I believe there will be some Alabama fans pulling for that. But on the other side, there will not be one Auburn fan pulling for Alabama. They want them done.
Well, they're not going to be done. I don't see them having a hard game until they play Arizona. I actually have the brackets in front of me because I've been studying I've been studying for the last 3 months. That's the only thing that sucks about March Madness. I had to study, something I've never done before in my life. I have to study. I mean, when I was back at Auburn, I had somebody doing all my damn homework for me. But this March Madness is this is real studying right now. So I got the bracket in front of me, and let me tell you something. Until they play Arizona, I don't think they're going to be tested. I really don't believe. I'm looking here. Maryland, West Virginia, San Diego State, and Virginia can't beat them either. Virginia's going to beat Furman. San Diego State could be a tough game, but until they play Arizona, I don't see Alabama having a hard contest.
Charles Barkley is with us, the Auburn great. You can win Chuck's Bucks. See more at nextroundlive.com. Go get in the Red Mott Vodka Bracket Challenge at Next Round Live. Win Chuck's Bucks if you can do that. I do want to ask you about Texas. Rodney Terry is an interim coach. His team is playing very, very good basketball right now, though. This guy has coached pretty much a full season. Are you a believer in the Texas Longhorns, even with an interim coach?
I am. I am a believer. I don't understand why they haven't taken the interim off of his name. I mean, his body of work is pretty damn good. And when you beat Kansas by 20 in Kansas City, that's really impressive. I actually am shocked they haven't taken the interim tag off of his name. But, yeah, I'm a believer in Texas.
There is only one seed that everyone says has no shot, and that's based on history. It's based on the way they're playing 3-3 over the last 6 games, and really they've only got one legit player. That's Purdue with 7'4" Zach Edey. Do you have any confidence Purdue can make a Final Four run?
I do not. I got them losing to Memphis in the second round. I think the Memphis-Florida Atlantic game is going to be a really good game. But I think Memphis was going to beat Purdue in the second round. They're my first number 1 seed is going to lose. But yeah, I do not, because if you watch that game, I watched that entire game the other day, and when you put pressure on those guys, they've totally panicked. They don't have enough athletic ability top to bottom. Edey is a problem, but you can attack him on the other end with pick and rolls and 3-point shooting. But I got them losing the second round to Memphis.
You've been around the NBA your whole life, and you know what good basketball looks like. What makes Brandon Miller such a hot prospect? He'll be the number 1 college pick in the NBA draft. What does he do, Charles, so well that makes everybody just fall in love with him at the NBA level?
Well, a couple of things. It was funny. I was watching ESPN last night, and they were talking about Brandon Miller is in the conversation for the second draft pick. I'm like, see, that lets you know these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. He easily is the best player in college. Now, Victor Wembanyama is going to be the number 1 pick, the 7'4" kid from France. But if you actually watch college basketball this year, Brandon Miller's been the best player in the country. And the reason, to answer your question, he is a perfect NBA player today. The perfect NBA player today is 6'6" to 6'9", who can guard all positions. Because we don't use centers anymore. There's only 2 legit centers in the NBA. That's Joker and Embiid. But the rest of the NBA they become a 3-point shooting contest and a bunch of 6'6" to 6'8", 9 guys. And that's why Brandon is such he's made perfect for the NBA today. He can guard all 3 positions because now they switch everything on the perimeter. So that's why he's such an intriguing prospect. I don't know the kid. I wish him nothing but the best. This situation is very tricky with the young lady who got killed. So shout out and blessings to her and her family. I try not to play moral authority on things like that because, hey, we all do stupid things when we're young. I thought they should have suspended him for a couple games. Personally, I said that yesterday in the press conference. Just give him a timeout and say, hey, you did something wrong. We want you to, because unless somebody tell you do something wrong, you don't know you did something wrong. So I thought they should have suspended him for at least a couple games, but they didn't. It's a really awkward situation, but I wish him nothing but the best. And like I said, first of all, did they give y'all any credit for using the video montage when I was saying they were the best team in the country?
You know they did not, but so many people consume this show, they knew it came from here.
Well, just let you know, they should have gave y'all credit for because I said that on you guys' show first. I said, hey, and it was painful, and it's still painful. Alabama's the best team in the country. I'm going to pick them to win it. Like I say, I don't see them having a hard – San Diego State's going to be an interesting game, but I think they're just better. But, man, when they play Arizona, that's going to be a heck of a game. But they're the best team. I like Coach Oates. You know, I started studying him a few years ago when he was at Buffalo. And I said, damn, that guy can really coach. So when y'all hired him, that was a home run. So, man, it's going to be a great tournament, though. Nothing can screw up March Madness. I tell people, other than the Olympics, which is the greatest thing I've ever been a part of in my life, March Madness is just flat out amazing. I know the fans in Alabama are going to come out in droves to support Auburn and Alabama. It's great for Birmingham, man. I'm excited that we got a regional there.
Okay, because we didn't get credit last time, I'm going to let Brown set this question up professionally. And when you tell us your final four picks and then your national champion, just preface it by saying, I want to let the next round know that Alabama will be cutting down the nets as the national champion. Is that okay?
Well, I want the round table to know.
No, the next round. Get the name right, Charles. We changed
the
it.
next round.
Yeah, all right. Start over. Here, I'll set you up. Hey, don't forget the Final Pour live right there at nextroundlive.com. You can win Chuck's Bucks. All right, Charles, the time is now. Tell us who is your national champion.
Well, so the next round, is that right?
Yes.
I want the next
You're
round.
almost as bad as Mike Tyson back in the 80s at this. Come on.
Okay, you got it. Let's go one more time, but we don't have to edit it.
So how am I supposed to say this?
Just say, I want to let the next round know who my national champion is.
Scott's going to put
I want the next
Hang
round.
on. We got to give Scott time to put your photo up so this goes viral. All right, here we go. All right, Auburn great, Charles Barkley. Who you picking to win the national championship?
I'm picking, and this is pain for me to say, Roll Tide, national champions.
Charles, thank you for the time. Always fun talking to you.
Can't wait to see the fight on Comcast Cable.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. We thank you,
Chuck.
too. Chuck with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Final Pour right there, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com.
Can we piece that together?
I doubt it. We'll figure something out.
I've been trying. I mean, I've been in the digital platform, for most of my career. I've been trying to tell you cannot create viral moments. They come naturally.
Well, you did give it a hard roll.
You guys are trying to create a viral moment. It just comes naturally.
Okay.
With
that said,
you can walk out in the lobby now. Kelsey, one of our great salespeople, she'll tell you that even a decade ago, I was talking to her about success in the digital space. That this was the future. To never have to worry about terrestrial anything. I've been a digital guy for years and years.
One line. I'm going to say it first here on the next round. Roll Tide. Alabama will cut down the nets in Houston. That's all we needed.
When we come back, Ron Slay will talk to us, and then Brown and LT will take us out back, and we'll try to do push-ups up 12 sets of tables to make it to the top without falling while wearing a mascot head and other viral moments. We'll do some dancing, and maybe I can get my shirt popped to make my my new pecs look tight on this shirt.
Did you work out again?
Worked out again yesterday, boys. You can't tell? I think I can do 2 push-ups now.
Okay, so we do have the bracket challenge. What's going to go down at some point in this show, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Somebody on the bench press before me, I couldn't move the bar. I had to change the weights on it yesterday. He laughed out loud at me. When we come back, Ron Slay will be here. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Enjoy it. Always drink responsibly. They'll be with us Friday downtown outside of Legacy Arena for a big weekend coming up. Ron Slay joins us on the other side next, right here on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jets one step closer to getting Aaron Rodgers, almost a done deal. And ahead of that, they've gotten Alan Lazard, a guy he's familiar with. So the Jets getting better in the NFL. We'll keep you updated on the NFL movements. I'll tell you, I've had a chance to listen to Ron Slay's radio show up in Nashville, and then yesterday, as I roll around town, I'm picking it up on iHeart on their app. Hilarious guy when he joins us here on the show, but he's even funnier up there. He was telling a story yesterday about summer camp and how he jammed a big metal rod into his leg and, in his words, cut it down to the white meat.
Hey.
With no stitches. I want to hear that story as we bring him in for this hour of the show.
All right, well, let's start right there. Ron Slay, SEC Network, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What in the crap did you do?
Hey, man, it was wild. Like, so I was playing around. I should have been sitting back in my seat. But, me being a kid, I'm leaning up on the
Okay,
back.
hang on real quick, Rob. Something happened to your speaker there. Whatever. It was great to start with, and then there you go.
What about now?
No, it's still kind of weird. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, watch this.
There you go.
That's perfect.
There you go. Perfect.
All right, what about now?
That's perfect.
All right, here we go.
All right, so I'm sitting in the back of a 15-passenger seat van, and in the back row, you can lean up on the seat. So I'm long at this time. I'm 14 years old, and my knees go under the seat while I'm leaning on the front of the seat. We get to a stop, and we're about to get out. I raise up, and it's a metal rod sticking from up under the seat that I don't know, and it punches my leg, and I keep going, getting up, and it rakes probably about 2 inches. It hurt so bad that it didn't hurt. If that makes sense. So I'm looking down at it. I'm like, wait a minute, like this don't right. And all I see is white meat. It's like, I'm like, what am I supposed to do? It's not bleeding yet either. So it doesn't bleed for like another 2 minutes. And then the pain kind of set in, but it hurt so bad. It really didn't even hurt. So I guess I was just in shock. But I didn't go get stitches or anything. I still got a big gash on my leg, and that's where it comes from. Not paying attention at the Boys and Girls Club. And I never told anybody. So y'all the second people to know.
Wow. So your alma mater starts off 18-3. They're 5-7 in their last 12. Zakai Ziegler obviously out for the year. That's a big loss. When you start to look at the bracket and the road for Tennessee, how far can they make it? How deep of a run can the Tennessee Volunteers make it based on the way they're playing right now?
I think they can make it as deep as Josiah Jordan James' health can take them. I think you got to have a guy to be able to go get his own shot, aggressive, to be able to get to the basket, also no hesitancy in being able to shoot the ball. And I think Josiah's that guy. He's a matchup problem because of a smaller guy, he can go post up. A bigger guy, he can get right around. And he's also good when the shot clock's going down to not have to run a set for. He can go get his own shot. Santi is another guy, Vescovy, when he's aggressive. As you saw in the first 2 games in the SEC tournament versus Ole Miss, they both were letting it go with no hesitation. That's how they're going to have to play going forward. Jemai Meshack was a good guy as far as emerging into that role of being able to handle some point guard responsibilities. The only thing that scares me is how do they steal points? Meaning, how do they get out in transition? How do they steal some fast break points? Without a guy like Zakai Ziegler, once the ball is outletted to him, you automatically put your head down and run. With him not being in the game, now you have guys looking for the ball. You don't know if Josiah should have the ball, if Santi should have the ball, if Meshack should have the ball. It's a little bit different. So that split second of waiting for the outlet when you could be running changes the dynamic of a fast break. So they got to get that and figure out who's going to be the one pushing the break and being able to steal some easy baskets. And I think it'll bode well for them. You're going to have to shoot the ball well, but you got to use your length. The big guys got to have an impact on the inside. If they can have an impact and a presence in the post, I think some good things can happen for Tennessee making at least a Sweet 16 run.
Listen, we live in a society, I know I'm this way, my attention span is like, quick, 5 minutes maybe. Tennessee's playing a 13 seed, but Duke's out there. You played the game. How hard is it to not already be thinking about Tennessee-Duke and knowing you've got to focus on a Louisiana team that's got a McDonald's All-American themselves on their roster? Can you get caught looking ahead in this tournament?
Yeah, you can. You can, but I think that's where the veteran leadership comes in with guys like Santi, Olivier Combois, Josiah Jordan James. Those guys have been there before. If this was a freshman, sophomore-led team, just the fact of coming out of your hotel room, getting on the elevator, going down, getting off the elevator, going through the lobby, going through the band and all the boosters and all the fans out there in the hotel lobby, then getting on the bus, that event right there can get you jaded. That's an event before you even get to the arena. So to be able to block that out and know you got a task at hand, I think your senior leadership will be the ones that step up and grab everybody by the shirt and say, hey, man, give me attention for these 40 minutes. Let's focus on this game, then we'll worry about the next task at hand. So I don't worry about them looking ahead. If this was a team led by sophomores, then I would be it'll be in question a little bit. But I think they'll be fine as far as taking care. And then you're playing a champion. You shouldn't be playing a conference champion with a guy who can take over a game and that big man. So, no, I think they have their attention.
Ron Slay is with us, Tennessee great. He is on the SEC Network, also 3HL, Brent Doherty, Don Davenport, our former producer, Joe Hunk. You guys remember him from our radio days. He's with him up there as well. Ron is on Twitter at the Ron Slay. I was a believer more in Kentucky until Nashville. And now here they are playing a good Providence team. Ed Cooley's a good coach. Yep. How do you feel about the Wildcats?
Man, I've been saying it all year, man. It's something that's making me reluctant to pick Kentucky to advance in any tournament. Because I just feel like the 5 guys that they have of their core play so much of the bulk of the minutes that if one of those guys go out or if one of those guys are off, things can fall apart for them, man. And you just don't know who on the bench is going to step up. Is it a guy like Lance Ware? Is it a guy like Frederick? Will you ever be able to get anything out of Xavier Wheeler ever again? Like, that's the part that scares me, man, with Kentucky. Now, if the five guys are going and they're on, it ain't many in the country that can play with them. But if Chris Livingston isn't all the way there, if Oscar Tshiebwe's numbers aren't impactful in moments, meaning he may go get to 24 and 20, but are those 24 and 20, did he have 6 and 6 of those when the game hung in the balance? You know, it's one thing to have numbers, and it's another thing to have impactful numbers. So that's my thing. Casey Wallace got to be gone. Reeves can't be missing. Like, you depend a lot on that core 5. So I'm not sure. If they got it going, they're trouble. They can make a deep run. But that's a lot of minutes that they play, man. A lot of minutes. And you rely on 5 guys just to get it done when a lot of other teams are going 7, 8 deep and using the other guys on their bench. It's going to be interesting, man. And I will say this year, it's not like you're playing against just the tradition of Kentucky. You know, usually you walk in and you playing against Rupp, Tubby Smith, Patino, everybody that came with it. You're not playing against that this year. I think a little bit of the mystique has gone. So I think people look forward to playing them.
You know, I think the biggest surprise in the SEC this year, Texas A&M. One of the reasons Buzz Williams, your co-coach of the year, a team that, you know, not only did in the regular season, but a team that ended up making that run in Nashville, ultimately playing Alabama for the SEC championship, and they get a 7 seed. And if they're fortunate enough to knock off Penn State, who has gotten hot, then they probably have to play a 2 seed in Texas. And then if they make a run, they end up playing Houston. What did you think about the draw for A&M? And do you still think they have an opportunity to make a deep run?
Yeah, I do, man. I think that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know that non-conference didn't go as well as planned, but, man, starting in January, boy, they've been rolling and been consistent as one of the most consistent in the country. I will say this. Everybody knows Coach Buzz Williams, when you talk to him, is a philosophical guy, and he'll somehow twist this to have his team locked in and engaged, that everybody's dogged them, and he got those type of warrior-type guys. If you know the background story of Boots Radford and him pulling himself up out of the mud and being able to go, and now he's getting ready to graduate all the off-the-field things that he's accomplished, and then on the court, him just being – a guy, man, with that name Boots and being as tough as that. So you got 2 guards in Wade Taylor and Boots Radford. Guards win tournaments, and that's coming from a big man. And he's got 2 really good ones. And I'm sure that Coach Buzz is going to find a way to twist this to have his guys locked in. And that's a team you don't really want to play. Now, do they have a hard slate ahead if chalk holds true? Yes, without question. But can they get it done? Without question, they can get it done, because you're not running up against that length of Alabama too often, man. Like that's That's different when you guarded by Quinterly and they run a pick and roll and you switch off and now you got a 6'9" Brandon Miller. He switch off, then you got a 6'8" Riley Griffith guarding you. Then the 4-man comes, he's 6'11" Clowney. Then Betty Ocko is waiting on you at the like. That's a different type of length, man. But I think A&M is tested, and I think they'll hold true to it.
Yeah, sounds like you like Alabama to go deep in this tournament as well. I want to ask you before you get out of here about Stackhouse at Vandy. Is there concern in Nashville about him ever leaving Vandy to take another job that may be a tad easier? And when he was yelling at you guys on the set the other night, I could tell by your reaction you loved that kind of fire in a coach.
Oh man, I'm ready to run through the burning building for him. Like, as a player, how can you not? You know, I went back and watched it. And if you look at Jordan Wright's facial expression, he was taking off his headset and was looking like, oh, whoa, what is Coach? Is Coach talking? Oh, hell yeah, let's go. It was like he was fired up and ready to play right then, man. But I think, you know what? I think the AD, Candace Lee, is doing a terrific job as far as the resources she's providing for Vanderbilt, not only for men's basketball, but for women's basketball with Shea Ralph being there. Of course, Tim Corbin, but Clark Lee there with football. They're doing some really good things over there. But when you can't get and I don't think it's bad to say you can't. It's difficult to get that tier of athlete that you need to compete when you're talking about tilting the scale at a Vanderbilt. Because of the emissions and things of that nature, it's a little bit different. And I think that is something that would drive a coach crazy if we're in this land of you got 3 or 4 years to show that you're proven. And if not, you got alumni and fans knocking at your door. Come on, man, get this guy out of here. Like, what do you expect? You got to give him time. You should automatically have 7 to 8 years at Vanderbilt if you take that head coaching job, because you got to get a foundation of guys in that can come in there, do the work, and come out there and perform on the court as well. And I think Stackhouse, you're starting to see that. You know, his first signing is Jordan Wright. So Jordan, look how far he's come. You lost a guy, Neesmith, who was going to lead the league in scoring. Darius Garland got injured, even though that wasn't under his regime. But Daisu, who was playing well at Texas, he left. Now Studi just entered the transfer portal. Man, it's a difficult task to be able to get guys there and keep them there and still compete. So for him to finish 11-7, I think is good. Does that mean somebody won't come knocking? If I'm a coach and I'm at a Power 5, believe me, I'm coming to find Stackhouse. I got to get him away from there if I can. But I love what he's doing. I love what he's doing for Vanderbilt. I hope they trust in him and give him the opportunity and time that he needs, man. So co-coach of the year, it's come a long way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and this is pretty ironic if I am right. I think you played on that 99-2000 team. You guys were a 4 seed. You're in Birmingham playing a 13 seed Louisiana, same matchup that Tennessee's got. You guys win back-to-back games. You're probably watching. I think Stanford was the 1 seed. Carolina beats them. You guys are feeling good. We're the 4. We got the 8 Carolina moving to the second round. And then Brendan Haywood, he became a monster in that tournament. Am I right?
Man, you hit on it all. You hit on it all right there. Let me tell you the only problem. Everything was correct. We played Louisiana Lafayette, beat them, then went on to beat UConn. Yes, we looking ahead. Mark Madsen, Tony Jobachini, he changed his name, was the point guard for that group for Stanford. And we had North Carolina. All we needed was Brandon Haywood not to foul out. When he fouled out, that killed us because we had the game plan to stop him. They wasn't going to stop giving it to him. They kept giving it. CJ Black was playing great defensively. Me, Charles Hathaway, Isaiah Victor, we had him. We got him right where we want him. Then when he fouled out, that put the ball in Ed Coder's hand. And Ed Coder went crazy. Him and Joe Forte. I'll never forget. It was like, man, what is going on? This ain't y'all game plan. Like, y'all not supposed to be giving it to them. They got Julius Peppers coming out, bitch. We like, give it to him. Like, Ed Coder went crazy, man, and we kind of went cold, and that was it. We were going to play Tulsa in the next round, who had advanced, and they had beat us earlier that year in Puerto Rico. So that was going to be a get-back game for us. We had already had North Carolina beat. We were going to beat them, Tulsa the next round, and then be right there. I think Bill Self was still coaching Tulsa at the time. So we were going to get them out the way, be right there in the Final Four. And it all fell apart because Haywood couldn't keep his hands to himself. He wanted to foul and foul out, and he messed up the game plan.
All right, you've had a great career, Ron Slay, tossing bowls to the Red Panda ranks where in your career?
Hey, man, that rank, well, as far as anxiety, that rank, that's the highest. Like, I've been at the line to win free throws game, to win a game with free throws, running, getting a defensive stop. I've done a lot of things in my career. Man, to see Red Panda on that unicycle, balancing, calling for the bowls, knowing if I don't throw it in her catch radius, she might have to lean over, and one little inch of leaning could knock off that unicycle, and then everybody, 20,000 people would be booing me. The anxiety was high. But she was a pro. So she made it real easy for me. I just had to get the bowls up in the air, and she was going to make the rest happen.
Hey, the price to paint that wall behind you crimson, how much would it cost?
Oh, you might as well burn the house down. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. You might as well burn the house down. It's too much orange, man. Too much orange. You burn it down.
Oh, my goodness.
Ryan, always, man, thank you for the time. We greatly appreciate it. Enjoy the tournament, buddy.
No doubt, man. I'm jealous of y'all, man. Y'all got some great games in Birmingham, man. Alabama, you got Auburn. Man, y'all got some great games to go see, man.
Yep. Can't wait. We were excited to get down there Thursday. Take care, buddy. Thank you.
All right, fellas.
All right, that is Ron Slay, SEC Network, a guy who brings it every time he is on with us. I love talking to that guy. Johnston, RVCenter.com hotline.
Our friends at Michelson Laser Vision as well, bringing you part of the show today. LTU really quickly made the decision a long time ago that others have come around to recently, that Michelson Laser Vision is the place to go to take care of that eyesight.
Yeah, now I would say it's the second best decision I made when I was in radio. The first probably making the transition to this format, but for a long time it was getting LASIK from Dr. Mark Michelson. Again, I wore the contacts for years. If you wear contacts, you're wasting money on contacts and solution. You know how big of a pain in the ass it is taking those out each and every night. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. I had 20/20 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now still have 20/15 vision. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Clay Travis usually in that slot every Tuesday. He's out of the country with his family right now on a vacation. We look forward to talking to Clay again next week about what's going on in the sports world. When we come back, developing news for Alabama basketball involving their coaching staff. You knew this would happen eventually when you're the number 1 overall seed. Nate Oates is losing one of his top assistants. We'll talk about that next right here on TNR.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Start betting on those NCAA tournament games tonight with the play-in games, two of them, Southeast Missouri State and Texas A&M Corpus Christi, 540 True TV. Pittsburgh and Mississippi State tonight, just after 8 o'clock, right after that game. Both games in Dayton. The winner of that first game, SEMO and Texas A&M Corpus Christi, plays Alabama. So if you're interested in scouting that 116 matchup, you watch that game first tonight. If you want to put a little money on it, you can do it with mybookie.ag.
Yeah, Corpus Christi, a 3.5-point favorite in that one. State, a 2.5-point favorite over Pitt. UAB, a 9.5-point favorite over Southern Miss. And that's in the NIT, obviously. All those games available at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you go sign up at mybookie.ag. Code next round. And that helps you get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. $2,000 sign-on bonus up to $2,000, and it's yours with just one bet. A lot of places give you a sign-on bonus to bait you in. But what they want you to do is bet it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times before it becomes yours. Those odds get really low. Not mybookie.ag. Right away, it is yours. Bet it one time, yours forever. Sign up with code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000 through the entire tournament, NBA, Major League Baseball, weekly blackjack tournaments. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
If you are wondering about that game tonight, Southeast Missouri State, who is the underdog, as Brown pointed out, will also be without Terrion Murdix, their big defender. He's out the rest of the season with a knee injury, so that is bad news for SEMO fans out there. I think one of our viewers, John, who's often in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, is a SEMO grad, so not good for them with Murdix out, according to reports, the rest of the season. He was the all-conference defensive player of the year as they battle Corpus Christi tonight. The winner gets Alabama, Pitt, and Mississippi State. After that, the winner gets Iowa State in Thursday games when we get to the main tournament. Now to the big news I was telling you about. Georgia Southern is hiring Charlie Henry as their next head basketball coach at that Sun Belt school, Georgia Southern. If you are not as familiar as the 24/7 Alabama fan with Charlie Henry, he was with Nate Oates back at Romulus High School. He gave him his coaching start. He has gone on to coach at the G League level, Division I schools. He's been with Nate a long, long time. He's the guy, oftentimes shorter in stature, who is up and coaching specifically a lot of the defense for Nate Oates. And he is considered to be one of the better X's and O coaches, assistant coaches in the SEC.
Yeah, you see him a lot. Almost, he's not up as much as Nate Oates, but the second most on that bench making the adjustments. And, when the Buffalo job came open, a lot of people thought Brian Hodgson might be the guy that Alabama would lose. This kind of snuck up on some people, I think, that they're going to hire Charlie Henry. But, Lance, I mean, would you rather have the staff nobody wants or the staff everybody wants?
I mean,
right?
look, again, just to relate this because of where we are to football, when you have success, people come and they pluck your guys. And, a lot of people would say, well, why would Charlie take a job like this at Georgia Southern? It's a Division I job. And it's not like I can't really recall the last time, Jerome Tang this year going from Baylor to Kansas State. It's really difficult for an assistant to get a big-time job. You get one of these mid-major jobs, you parlay it for a couple of years, some 20-win seasons, win a conference championship or two.
Make one NCAA tournament, win one game.
That's it.
You got a big job.
Yeah, I mean, that really is it. Yeah. So, I mean, look, again, you hate it if you're an Alabama fan, but at the same time, you understand it.
Yeah, I do too. We'll see if any others get jobs. Everyone's name is mentioned for them on that coaching staff right now. And you start with the fact that they're such great recruiters. Nate Oates is a great recruiter. He has a wonderful style that he recruits for people to come play. But these guys are just dogs on the recruiting trail. They love to get out and recruit as well. And that's really the forte of all three of the top assistants there with Nate Oates. So Charlie Henry is the new head coach at Georgia Southern. And we go back to football, okay? There have been announcements going into the college football playoffs of guys getting head coaching jobs, and they start having to recruit for the next job. I don't expect it in basketball to have the same kind of impact that it has during football, because that's the first thing if you're an Alabama fan. Well, why now? Why not wait until this is over with, or this or that? First off, the play calling of, say, Lane Kiffin taking a job,
right,
and him preparing for a game plan for play calling. It's a little different in basketball than the way it is, and the recruiting that has to go on and building a coaching staff that has to go on is so sped up in football for a new guy leaving that time of year to go to their new football location. That's just not the timetable and the window for these basketball guys. So, Brown, I don't know about you, but for me, Charlie Henry, I think, can still do his job to exactly the same standard he was before he was announced as the head coach in basketball. And I think it impacts you a little bit more in football because of the calendar and the sped-up recruiting.
Well, it does. And where I always worry on football is the guy having to build his staff. That's a much bigger staff in football than it is in basketball. And in football, when Lane Kiffin takes a head coaching job at Florida Atlantic, he's splitting time in playoff prep, building his staff, and trying to piece together something in recruiting. It's not really the same calendar in college basketball. So I don't think it affects you near as much. No, I would agree.
Look, and I mean, Charlie Henry's excited about being in this tournament, being the number one overall seed. He is a big part of this, and there's nothing more than him wanting to win a national championship.
Yep. He's on his way to be the new head coach at Georgia Southern, which is really a basketball program I don't remember ever having a lot of success out of the Sun Belt. I'm sure they've been to a tournament. You can check me on that, but what I would bet we'll see very quickly is Georgia Southern playing a game in Tuscaloosa. I mean, you see that.
Yeah.
You see that happen a lot. Friends throw friends
Oh,
bones.
there's no doubt. Yeah,
so you'll see Georgia Southern coming to Tuscaloosa maybe as soon as next year.
Yeah, I remember Georgia State having success. We all remember Ron Hunter falling off his
his scooter. Yeah. 3 NCAA tournament appearances all time, not in a tournament since 1992.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that kind of drought?
1992 is a long, long time
It's a
ago.
long time ago.
But isn't Furman in for the first time since 1980?
Yeah.
So it can be done. It can be done.
I don't know if you guys have ever been to Statesboro, Georgia. I have been past the exit for Statesboro, Georgia off I-16 between Savannah and Macon. That is out in the middle of nowhere.
It
boys.
really is. Yeah, I've been past it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good luck to Charlie there and his NH3425 who reports over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. 0-3 all time in the tournament. They never got any tournament wins. So Charlie's got a chance to make history when he gets there to Georgia Southern. Our friends at Montevallo willing to help you make history. We'll continue some basketball talk right after I tell you that if you've got a son or daughter who's thinking about college right now, starting to plan some summer or later this school year visits, think about the University of Montevallo. Wonderful place to get your degree, wonderful four-year school. All the 75 different majors and a list that continues to grow. Small class sizes, going to help your kids academically. 21 fully funded Division II scholarship sports if they want to continue playing. Go check that out. You can schedule an in-person tour and a lot more. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu, and that's our friends at the University of Montevallo. All right, so we've got a bracket challenge punishment that we're going to announce later today, or has it been sent out yet?
I don't think it has been sent out. I think we are doing the announcing.
Yeah, we're supposed to do the announcement on the show, then it will be sent out.
Okay, so we're going to send it out at the 12 o'clock, in the 12 o'clock hour today, what the punishment payoff is going to be. You guys have been voting, and the vote has been really close between three things. So we've got a spin for you later in the show that we think works best when it comes to the bracket punishment this year. But we encourage you, we'll put the QR code up again, and we've got to push this today and tomorrow to make sure everybody's got it. I had a couple of people text me last night. Hey, again, the brackets, how do I play your bracket? How do I play your bracket? Use that QR code there, but also Lunsford has you set up really easy. If you just go to nextroundlive.com, or if you go to any of our social media, Taylor Corn is sending it out constantly to where you can jump in right now and get your bracket filled out and try to get a perfect bracket. And then we've got other great prizes with our friends at Redmont Vodka. Just go to nextroundlive.com or at nextroundlive on any of our social media. You'll see that, or just QR code that screen, and that'll help you out right there in getting that bracket. So my question to you, have you guys filled out your final bracket
yet?
Have not,
or
are you still working? I have not even put... I've done it in my head a couple of times when we talk about games, but I have not one time sat down yet and gone all the way through the bracket.
12 of 32. That's what I got right now.
Of your first round games.
Yeah, I've moved 12 teams forward.
I'm doing some studying right now.
Wait.
Like
compare that to years gone by. Did you do studying in the past?
Last year, yes. Did I win it last year or finish second? I think I won it, didn't I?
I don't
know. I mean, that's the history of this show. I never remember who wins it. I just know who finishes last. Yes.
My goal is always to finish second. I've told you that for years.
Second or one, I'll take either one. Don't really care. So I've been studying a little bit, but I'm going to show you what kind of team player I am. I have come across three, I think, crucial statistics.
Okay.
In my studying. I don't know if they're all ready yet. Scott, did you get the third one from Taylor yet? No, he did not. Okay, let me make sure Taylor gets him the third one.
I've penciled that in for 11 o'clock, a more prime spot to make these announcements.
No, and I wasn't going to make the announcement. I was just going to say, I am going to show you what kind of team player I am. I'm going to share them with the audience. I'm not going to hoard these for myself.
Okay.
And say, you know what, I could do better than Lance and Jim if I keep these to myself. I'm going to share them with everybody. So you'll be playing with the same study that I'm playing with.
Yeah.
The same results of the homework that I did. You'll get those. It's like I'm doing your homework for you. Like I'm somebody at Auburn with Charles. I'm doing your studying and homework for you.
I don't know if you notice, I continue to make notes over here.
Yes.
Do you want me in a very passive-aggressive way? If your stats something I already know, you want me to passively-aggressively say, I already knew that, or you just want me to act like I'm surprised?
That's actually not passive-aggressive for you. You do that all the time.
Yeah. Well, I know.
You like to let us know if you know something we already know.
100%.
You already know something we know. I saw that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That's your thing.
Do you want me to do that, or?
I don't really care.
Okay.
I'm so used to it by now, I probably won't even notice it.
You're building it up like it's going to be.
These are three good ones. No, these are three.
That only you know?
I thought you were going to tell us on the air.
I am at 11 o'clock. Jim's got it penciled in at 11 o'clock.
Before that, Auburn had a chance yesterday to talk to the media. Cut number 3, if you will. Janai Broom was talking about coming to Birmingham. Listen, you're in the tournament, right? And Auburn knew they were going to be in the tournament. I was a little surprised they ended up being a 9, even though Stephen Pearl on our show kept saying all their matrices were saying 8 or 9, 8 or 9, 8 or 9. I thought they were going to be a 10, but they ended up getting a 9. But the greatest gift of all was getting to play a game or two in Birmingham. Because if you're going to play a number 1, you might as well play it right down the road from your campus. And here's Janai Broom on just what playing in Birmingham means inside that locker room.
Coming here, one of the main reasons I came here was because of the jungle and the atmosphere and the fan base that Auburn has, and I just feel like playing in the biggest stage of college basketball, down in Birmingham, that's kind of like playing in the jungle. Like, imagine if we played in the jungle, March Madness, kind of crazy. So I just feel like it's not going to be as crazy, but it's still going to be a good atmosphere for the Auburn fan base.
That's one of the things I'm most interested in, is actually seeing what this atmosphere is like. Because as I continue to say, the schools get no tickets. They get 300, 350 tickets. So all of this is going to be secondary market. And Alabama fans have felt like they're going to be in Birmingham for a while, so they've had the first shot at all these tickets. In front of anybody else that's going to be here, Alabama fans, if they had wanted to, could have bought up every single public sale ticket available and have the entire arena minus 300 fans per school. So I'm interested in seeing what this atmosphere is like and how many Auburn fans are going to be willing, if they advance to Saturday, that's going to be your big issue, to pay the premium to go see their team play against a 1 seed. I mean, that's going to be fascinating to me.
Can we get our friends from ATIX, a representative, on at some point? I want to ask about the ticket price, either today or tomorrow. We have some open time later today if they'll jump on with us, because the ticket demand as of a Tuesday, biggest ticket demand you've ever seen personally for you for a basketball ticket?
Yes, for me.
It is for me.
I mean, I've been hit hard for some Iron Bowls and national championship games and stuff like that, but SEC championship, this is probably close to that.
Yeah, because game of the century LSU football, but we're talking a smaller arena. It's the NCAA tournament. How tough is this ticket?
It's crazy tough. And, you go back to the Final Four you went to when Auburn was there in 2019. That's a lot of travel going to Minneapolis. And I know there was a good contingent of Auburn fans that went up there. But
Huge amount.
Yeah, but when this has got the electricity of both Alabama and Auburn in the same venue, it's just next level. And it seems like everyone we know wants to be in that building.
Yeah, and as Blake says, we keep saying Alabama had time to buy up all the tickets, but they didn't know what session they were going to be in. Well, you knew you were going to be in 2 of the 3. There's only one session that you weren't going to be in. So, I mean, the smart thing to do was to buy up the full session or the all session. You got a per session and an all session book. If you buy the all session book, you sell the session you're not in. It's pretty cut and dry, pretty simple if that's the way you approach it. Now, I don't know how people approached it.
By the way, they are listing the attendance.
The capacity?
Yeah, the capacity. 17,654. I personally thought we had cut that down a little bit with renovations. I didn't think we could get 17,654 into what is now a Legacy Arena anymore. I think the biggest basketball crowd ever to see a game inside that arena, I think, was an Auburn UAB game a night before, an Iron Bowl back in the day when they would play UAB Auburn at the BJCC, and then Legion Field was the Iron Bowl the next day in the 80s. I think we had 18,100 in the BJCC ones.
The announced attendance for Bama Gonzaga, and you were at that game.
I was.
And I assume it's the same exact configuration that we'll use?
You would think so, because I think Knight Edie also put that on.
I think it was somewhat of a test run.
A test run, yeah.
15,847. Did you see empty seats there?
Some.
Okay.
Not a ton. So
maybe so.
But 17,654 is what they're listing. I don't know what the you can throw some more seats on the floor, right? And they do have student sections on the floor, so that can make up for it. Like
maybe so, yeah.
They didn't have that for Alabama and Gonzaga.
Yeah.
I could see where you throw the students. There's a group of students that get those seats at the end, sort of a very rodeo corral style.
Right.
You stand there and on CBS cameras all the time. So I could see, with that and all that, I could see us getting to 17,654. Tough ticket.
I wonder if the ticket's coming down. Thomas over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, I got 3 tickets for Saturday session gambling that Auburn wins, $300 each.
Oh, I guess that was face, though.
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah, that had to have been.
If you're gambling, because you would have known the session Sunday night. So, yeah, if gambling, I'm guessing he bought face for those.
Yeah, good for you. anything
under 500 seems like a value.
Yeah, 600 seems to be the going price right now. As Richard says, $300 is a ghost right there, a skeleton. That's a good price.
Well,
good price.
It's going to be a tough ticket Saturday anyway. I mean, Alabama fans could probably sell the place out on their own Saturday as a one versus whoever the 8-9 winner is. But if Auburn wins, it's going to be an incredibly tough ticket.
Yeah.
I mean, Auburn fans could probably sell it out if they were just playing the 1 seed.
Richard's right. He's going, damn, I'm kicking myself for not buying up a bunch of NCAA tournament tickets and now, selling it out there.
Easy to say now.
It is, but you could have bought those all-session books for quite a while. They've been selling these tickets a long, long time if you wanted to roll the dice.
Yeah, and the ticket sales have been good. I forgot. I think they announced a sellout. No, that was the Gonzaga game. So there's still some, I don't think you can buy them from the window anymore. Jesse says UAB DePaul 17,309 in 1980. Is that Jesse, did you look that up? Is that the biggest attendance ever? I remember that game. That was, Mark Aguirre of DePaul and UAB's really great team in 1980. I think we touched 18,000 one time at the BJCC for the biggest basketball crowd. And I don't think we'll be able to get to that in the new configurations. All right, more basketball when we get to the top of the hour. Browns 3 graphic-supported stats that you need to know before you fill out your bracket to win Chuck's Bucks. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's as we chase a ring. When we come back, some NFL news we'll talk about. Bromberg's, they've been around way before March Madness, way before the NFL, all the way back when the Duttons were selling the ground back there in 1832. What year did we start?
1832.
1832.
You're right, Dunaway. The Gremlins have got me. I'm on lockdown. Anyway, family owned and operated since 1832. Our friends at Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. I'm just going to knock it off.
No, that was about to get thrown.
Knock it off.
Well, it won't be the first time it's here comes Lunsford.
Since 1832, family owned and operated. Again, diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, these guys can handle it for you. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Go see the diamond specialist. You can also go online, shop today at brombergs.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama in Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, approaching the top of the hour. More on the NCAA tournament in just a second. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. If you're getting ready for a great lunch, head on out. Slice Pizza opens at 11 o'clock, and you can get a slice and a salad today.
Yeah, look, it's local pizza, local ingredients. Again, good friend Jeff Pajaya told me about this concept years ago. Was so excited about it. I had no idea what was coming. I really envisioned like a really, really small shack-like place that was serving slices of pizza. Beautiful locations. It started with Lakeview, then they moved to Vestavia, then Montevallo, now they're in Crestline Park. So 4 locations throughout the Birmingham area for you, in the outer area right there in Montevallo. Again, the specialty pizzas are fabulous, from the soul pie, which is maybe the most creative pizza I've ever seen, to that hot mama that Dunaway absolutely loves now with that hot honey drizzled on it. The wing and a prayer, the spicy Hawaiian, incredible food. They've also got a great selection of craft brews, full bar. Get in. Look, if you're coming from out of town, if you've never had Slice before, you got to try it out. It is absolutely fantastic. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Forster has a long list of basketball sound that we'll get to in the final part of the show today. Bruce Pearl, Alan Flanagan, Fran McCaffrey, head coach of Iowa, Auburn's first opponent, Nate Oates, Kelvin Sampson, Chris Jans. You'll hear all that coming up before we're done on the show here today. But a little NFL talk right now. We told you Alan Lazard is now a member of the New York Jets. It is all but a matter of time before they announce that Aaron Rodgers is their next quarterback. In fact, a lot of the players, veterans of the Jets, were hinting about it yesterday on social media.
Yeah, look, and this is huge. Now you look at the AFC East with what the Dolphins have done, adding a guy like Jalen Ramsey. If they've got a healthy Tua, obviously the Bills have just been they've been at the doorstep and can't break through. Still a great roster there. And you add Aaron Rodgers to the mix, and you've already got it. Alan Lazard, I heard this morning that Odell Beckham Jr. is a possibility. You throw those guys with Garrett Wilson, this could be quite the offense to go with that defense they've assembled.
I mean, how do you handicap that division? You still make the Bills the favorite, but if Rodgers is there, with all the additions Miami has had, I mean, they're a contender.
I don't know.
That's a tough division, man.
Reminds me of the NFC West like 3 years ago when you had a really good all 4 teams were really good.
Yeah, the year you guys made it to Super Bowl and lost to the Patriots, that year was really good, right? The West has been really great. The East, there's no doubt. We talked about it a bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Because the Dolphins, I mean, you add Jalen Ramsey. You already had the moves you made the year before. You've got Tua's fifth-year option. You were a playoff team last year. You're going to be there. The Bills aren't going anywhere immediately.
I don't think so.
Here come the Jets.
Jets going to get better. I mean, the Patriots appear to be the worst team in that division right now. They just...
And traditionally, they don't do a ton in free agency.
They don't, but they
better.
They better. I mean, if they want to keep up in that division, they better.
They better. Another thing that's happening is as these quarterbacks these quarterbacks are starting to settle into their place. Aaron Rodgers likely to the Jets if that ends up happening. Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday to the Raiders. Derek Carr has found his team. Everybody's moving these parts around. You end up going, okay, so what about backups? Jarrett Stidham leaves Vegas. He's now a Denver Bronco. The former Auburn star has signed there. Jameis Winston re-signs in New Orleans. He reworks his deal, a $4 million deal now, could go up to $8 million. Taylor Heineke, who has started a playoff game for the Commanders, has left there. He's now in Atlanta to play backup to Desmond Ridder and be ready to come in if Ridder can't get it done in Atlanta. A big deal for the Falcons there.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, and our resident Falcon fan, Scott Forster back there, when I watched Ritter play this year, and obviously at Cincinnati he was really good in the American. When I watched him play this year, I thought he was pretty good. I thought he was solid for a rookie. I don't think he's ever going to be a franchise quarterback. But, Heineke is one of those guys that if Arthur Smith sees Ritter struggle a little bit, I think Heineke, this could be one of those back and forth for a little bit.
Okay, one of those take advantage of being where your feet are in life moments after Brownie tells us about our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
So spring break, it was already at Auburn. Spring break's coming up a lot of places. Johnston RV Center. Huh?
Alabama this week, I think. University of Alabama. I learned that yesterday.
Did you? What'd you get called at Club La Vila or something?
No. Remember when I said Alabama was starting football practice?
That's right. I forgot about that.
It's out of business, bro.
Thank you. I'd forgotten about your mistake there, Jim. I move on from people's mistakes. Johnston RV Center says make every weekend spring break. Every single weekend can be spring break right now. They offer you a lifetime warranty. Best deal in the state on fifth wheels, travel trailers, and motor homes. Also toy haulers. They still have just a minimal amount of 2022s left. They're closing out, and they're getting brand new 23s in every single week. Go see them for yourself at Johnston RV Center. 2 great locations. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. I took a shot of 4 roses in the break there, and it helped minimally. If I did that in every break, what would I be like at the end of the show?
You probably shit your pants and be in the corner.
I'll take the bad voice.
Did you really do one in break?
I did. I did a shot thinking it might help a little bit.
I never thought we would live in a world.
Well, I've got to do something.
Where in the 9 o'clock hour, Dunaway said, if you will mix me a Red Mont vodka, I'll drink it right now. And then Brown in the 10 o'clock hour, it is Tuesday, right?
Well, I mean, Lance,
he's doing a shot of bourbon.
It was medicinal. And now that I think about it, I'm not sure.
And I didn't even drink during the cocktail hour yesterday.
It was medicinal, Jim.
Nashville
Discipline.
Nashville hangover.
Discipline.
Nashville hangover.
Yes.
Don't act like you did. What do you want, a medal? That's what you would say to me. What do you want, a medal? Or anyway, 21-year-old Duque Hebert. He's pitching for a country I can't pronounce, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. Nicaragua.
Oh, very good.
That's close.
You get
close.
tripped up on that one quick.
21 years old. He's pitching in the World Baseball Classic yesterday. He plays in their professional league back in Nicaragua.
You're getting worse, by the way.
Yeah. Give me a shot of 4 roses. Nicaragua.
I would stand on your. first score.
Nicaragua.
Yeah.
And all you got to do is Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Yeah. Just pull it together, and then you got it.
You sound like one of those Babbel commercials. I learned to speak Spanish in 10 minutes a day.
Well, this is why I sucked at Spanish, and the only way, again, I passed French is wearing really tight shorts to class. Different story for another time.
Okay.
What was your French tailor? I mean, what was his name?
What was his name is the key there. Hebert is the 21-year-old pitching in the World Baseball Classic. He goes out there with a nasty slider and a nasty changeup. And in 3 straight batters, strikes out Julio Rodriguez, Juan Soto, and Rafael Devers.
Oh, my God.
Boom, boom, boom. So what happens right after the game? The Detroit Tigers have a scout there. They walk in, and they sign him to a contract in the stadium yesterday.
Are you serious? Like in the locker room?
In the locker room.
Sign this.
Here you go. And he signs with the Detroit Tigers yesterday after striking out 3 All-Stars in Rodriguez, Soto, and Devers.
And how old is he?
21 years old. And it was nasty stuff. When Julio Rodriguez struck out, they had a tight shot of him walking back to the dugout, and he was like, oh, my. He mouthed.
Yeah. So this kid's got good stuff.
Oh, I mean, you watch it, and the video's out there, and I think I retweeted it too. You can go to my Twitter feed at Jim Dunaway and see it there. The pitches he's striking him out on, I don't know if they're checking for foreign substance in the WBC, but it looked like it was a wiffle ball. The thing was just diving everywhere. It was
think
amazing.
The Tiger scout, I mean, there had to be others, right? That were like, my gosh, let's go sign this guy. He was just the first one to get there.
Yep.
I mean, hope the kid didn't sign something too quick. I mean, you think there could have been a bidding war for him, maybe. I mean, if there are enough scouts at this thing.
I mean, that's pretty poor country.
Well, it is. But he may as well get as much as he can.
No relation to a bidding war, but
just get me out of here. I'm telling you, computers listen to us. Johnny O, a waffle hoodie's popping up. I'm going to make you feel better. The reason I bring this up, you know what the waffle hoodie is?
What?
$228.
Oh, wow. I got a deal on mine.
Just wanted to bring that up. It just popped up.
I've tried not to wear it this week so far. No promise it will not make it out.
Is Maggie making you wear it once a week?
She makes me sleep in it right now until I get these pecs back in order. 2 days of working out, and I hit my chest.
I like it there, Dunaway. 2 straight days.
2 days off in between, Brown.
You got to rest the muscles.
Yeah. Leg days in between.
That's right.
When we come back, Brown's got stats you want to hear, plus our friends at Way to Wellness want to remind you that you can get in great shape, get that blood pressure, which is really my main reason of watching my weight and my diet is blood pressure and cholesterol. Nicaragua. Blood pressure
yes.
and cholesterol. My friends at Way to Wellness can help you out. Here, go to their website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. And no contracts, no sign-up fees. The first consultation's free. Leslie's a huge sports fan. I'm by there yesterday. I said, man, you fill out a bracket? Nope, don't fill out a bracket. You don't fill out a bracket? No.
What's wrong with you?
Love football, love baseball, can't stand basketball. Why does she not like basketball? The squeaking shoes, she says. But her whole family loves it, watches it. She goes in the other room and chills with Netflix. Leslie, her board-certified team there will help you lose weight. Way to Wellness. Just go to the website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, Brown's got information you've got to have before you fill out your bracket.
3 good stats stand the test of time.
Is that oversold?
No. I mean, these stats, do you believe in stats?
Not as much as some people, but yeah, I like a stat.
All right,
I like a good stat.
if I tell you something has gone 20 straight years, do you believe it?
I've seen something that's gone 20. That was really fascinating. I saw this on Sunday at the selection show.
Yeah, I've got one that's gone 20 straight years, one that's gone 25 games.
I like those are streaks. We'll get into those after LT tells us about a guy who ended his streak of baldness. It is Dr. B.
Wow.
Let's back that up a minute.
No. Your hair was in the play-in game for a second. Thank God it got the win. It advanced to the main bracket.
You're hyping it up a little much. I was thinning out. If it was, I would have respected you to tell me that.
Yeah, no. Your hair was the play-in game, but it was freaking Shaka Smart at VCU. It has come back, and it's going to make a run to the Final Four.
Now, look, it might have been an 11 seed. It was not one of these 16 play-ins with SEMO tonight going against Texas A&M.
But there's some good 11s that get there, yeah.
Yeah, so I did. Unfortunately, the older we get, things start to fall apart, fall out. When it happened to me, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy everyone said I needed to call and go see, so I scheduled that consultation. And right now, I want to remind you, Dr. B's got something new. He's offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. For more information, T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. Again, my hair already 14% thicker from the first day I went and saw him. 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
The line back to me would said if my hair was a play-in game, yours was in the CBI. That would have been a great line back to me because.
Boom.
No, it wouldn't have been CBI.
Wow. You'd have been Detroit Mercy.
You would have had a fired coach.
El Tigre says, Dunaway in your lift, take creatine. It shortens the rest day. Goose comes back with, take cocaine. It lengthens the lift days.
See, all this advice our listeners have for you. What kind of shape are you trying to get in?
What kind of? I would call it calendar shape.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
More on that at noon.
Oh, yeah, coming up a little bit later on.
Lester Burnham.
But right now, Brownie's got stats you must know.
Let me get my pen out.
All right, we're going to start with this one. Scott is going to show them to you as I discuss them here. There have been 24 teams that entered the NCAA tournament ranked in the top 10 in KenPom offensive efficiency and 100 or worse in KenPom defensive efficiency. 24 teams. Would you like to know their first-round record?
24 teams.
I can get this.
I'm going to say they're 24-0.
Jim, listen to me again.
Yeah.
Top 10 in KenPom offensive efficiency.
Oh, no.
100th or worse in KenPom defensive efficiency.
What'd you say, 24 times?
24 teams have entered the NCAA tournament.
I will go 8-16.
It's a better guess than mine.
Much better guess than yours. 5-19 in the first round.
5-19.
And none of them have ever made the Sweet 16.
Ooh.
There are 3 this year. Scott is showing them to
that
you.
are struggling right now.
Baylor, second offensive efficiency, 104 defensive efficiency.
Ooh.
Iowa.
Who do they play?
They play Auburn.
Well, they've got the best offense in the Big Ten, point-wise per game.
But
And they've
look
got
at that defense.
They've got the worst defense, points per game-wise.
And bad SEC news, MIZ.
OU.
ZOU. 10th. Could you be worse at this segment so far? 10th in offensive efficiency, 178 in defensive efficiency. That is a 24-game sample size. Those teams are 5-19 in the first round, and none of them have ever advanced to the Sweet 16. Baylor, Iowa, Missouri, statistically, do not move them past the Sweet 16.
I will tell you, Baylor sputtered last night at the Calcutta.
Somebody's been looking at my homework.
Well, I mean, for me, Baylor has a tough time in the second game with a team I like to call CREI?
GHTON?
Yeah.
In 1993, where were you guys?
1993, Brown. I was a young number 3, not even the weekend anchor at NBC 13, working for a guy named Ken Lass and William Action Jackson.
I was at the University of Alabama, and I went on my first ever cruise and turned 21 in Nassau.
I was a junior at Sachs High School, wrapping up my junior year, looking forward to that fun senior year at Sachs High School. So this stat goes back to that year. So think of where you were.
Oh, and that was when I was a huge Carolina fan, and Carolina won the national championship that year.
Since 1993, 100% of your national champions have made their conference tournament semifinal game.
This is the one I saw. Yeah.
That's 100%. So Scott's about to show you some teams you better not pick to win the national championship.
Wait, 100%?
100%
didn't make their
either one of you are either one of you listening to this segment?
Wow, your voice is still jacked up.
100% of national champions have made their conference semifinal
That's
tournament.
what I thought you said. That's what I just asked.
You said haven't, I thought. 100% since 1993. So here are some teams that did not. Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Kansas State, Baylor, and Michigan State. Those teams did not make their conference tournament semifinals. Since 1993, 100% of national champions have done that.
And you're saying don't pick any of those for the national championship.
Don't worry.
Oh, was that a problem?
Do it. We could have just gone without that, but go ahead.
Okay, well, there's a reason I showed you that one, too, for Baylor. The next one.
Baylor's going to be 3 for 3, by the way.
The next one. If you pick Baylor after this, you really screw it up.
God, I almost bought them last time.
Where were you guys in 2004?
2004, I was doing the solo roundtable.
Oh, yeah.
I had not started with you yet on AM 690.
I thought we had in 04.
Yeah, I think so, too. We just started. Brown was telling me that I talk too much.
That's right.
Don't listen enough.
A little condescending.
A little long-winded, going to commercial breaks.
Yep, a little condescending.
So doing a 1-hour roundtable solo, and Leighton was one, and Jack was yet to be born.
Yeah, I was expecting my second child. Maggie was, technically, thanks to me. But yeah.
Well, you had a role in it, yes.
2004.
This goes back to 2004. It's another 100%er. Now, this I'm going to go and tell you is a stat that doesn't seem like it should matter. But if something happens basically for 20 consecutive years every year, you would say it matters, right? Even if you're like, why would this matter? But, hey, it happens every year for basically 20 years. You would say it must matter.
I mean, if you were to say, hey, somebody gets shot on this street every March of this year, you probably would be a little hesitant.
20 straight years, you're like, I'm probably not going to walk down that street in March.
I'd be at the beach in March.
That's right. This one goes all the way back to 2004, 100% of the time. A team that was ranked in the top 12 in week 6 of the Associated Press poll has won the national championship. Now, why that matters, I do not know. But for 20 straight years, it has mattered.
Part of the Earth's rotation.
Okay. Lance says it's part of the Earth's rotation.
Yeah. Just like a comet will come back a certain amount of every 112 years or something.
Right. And you depend on that comet. So you guys are proving my point here.
I bet Baylor was in this.
Baylor was in this. Here's your top 12, week 6. Number 1, Purdue. Number 2, Virginia. Number 3, UConn. Number 4, Alabama. Number 5, Houston. Number 6, Tennessee. Number 7, Texas. Number 8, Kansas. Number 9, Arizona. Number 10, Arkansas. Number 11, Baylor. Number 12, Duke.
I think there's 5 teams there that can win the national championship.
If you've been paying attention to this entire segment, which I'm not sure everyone has, you know we have X'd out some teams already from this list. Arkansas out. Baylor out. Tennessee out. So you could throw some of those guys out.
Okay, if we throw them out, I got bad news for Dunaway. 6 of my national champions are left out of the 9.
3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. I feel good about your national champions.
For those
3,
not
4,
watching,
5, 7, 8.
That's UConn, Alabama, Houston, Texas, Kansas is who Dunaway feels good about. Now, why this would matter, I do not know. but for basically 20 years now it has, that 100% of the time your national champion has been in the top 12 week 6 of the AP poll. So there are 3 stats for you to consider. I could have kept them to myself and improved my standing on this show, but I have shared them with the audience now.
No, I hope it helps people win Chuck's Bucks from our friends at Redmont, and you can go to our website and check it out. I will truthfully say you will either win or die with your stats there that will not impact mine at all. But those are good stats. They really are interesting. I find that interesting.
You really don't, but thank you. Lance Taylor's
What would you say that? I really find them interesting.
It felt like a dismissive line.
No, that's because of the mood you're in, but it really was interesting.
I know a lot
of I'm high.
People believe Rockstar will be back with us tomorrow, that you guys are kind of a couple.
Yeah, we're an old married couple.
Y'all are on the backside of it.
You think we're about to get divorced?
Well, I mean, if I was just hanging around you guys in a supper club or something, I'd be like, when we're leaving that dinner, I'd be like, Dunaway and Brown.
Yeah.
It's just not what it once was.
There's a lot of people, though, that find happiness in their next relationship after a bad one.
I heard, somebody at dinner was talking about, somebody was celebrating their 1-year divorce.
Was celebrating it, huh?
Yeah. And then somebody said, it's weird that everybody I come across that's divorced seems happier.
I wouldn't say everybody.
Yeah, I think that's...
somebody said that.
Yeah.
But everybody who is rated in the top 12 in the AP poll of marriages for the last 20 years seem happier after they've been divorced with their next relationship.
But I'll tell you in break who
Lance Taylor's neighbor says, does that not say 84? No, it says 04. It was the font used that made it look like an 84. No, it's a 19-year stat now. Well, 18-year stat. Could be a 19-year stat.
Yeah, I've already filled my bracket out now.
Oh, that's unfortunate, Lance. I'm sorry.
I just did because of your
information. Oh, did you? Well, you're welcome.
Bobby says you guys were definitely doing D&B in 2004. That was the year Jim made the worst Iron Bowl analytical comment of all time, giving Bama the advantage over Auburn in coaching and special teams. That was true. That was the Mike Shula coaching team.
Damn.
I mean, Mike Shula versus Tommy Tuberville in 2004. I mean,
and Jim with a straight face could not pick Shula over Tuberville. So the way Jim did it was, I'm going to do the whole coaching staff. And let me, special teams, Dave Ungerer, he's been in the NFL. I mean, this guy's a good coach. Yeah.
Well, that sounds like an exciting show. Y'all got that archived?
We used to. It's somebody else's property now.
Yeah.
And
that's some of the stuff they kept.
Ironically, we didn't fight for that one in court. We fight for Rockstar. Bobby will also remember that it's hard to pick Auburn when you're hosting the Mike Shula show.
Right. And say they've got the coaching advantage, right? Yeah.
It's easier to go in and see him on Sunday after the loss.
I bet he zoned out after you guys broke down special teams, though. He probably never heard it.
I was counting on nobody else hearing it at the time either, Bobby. Thanks for remembering that.
This is why we never wanted to do a show together. Y'all were doing that. I was doing the chick bracket at the same time.
Yeah,
that's right.
Somehow we met in the middle, right?
2004. By the way, interesting story today at, what's the website I get that from every day? Let me pull it up here real quick.
The crazy thing about the chick bracket, and maybe we'll cover this in our, when we finally do the podcast on the history of the show, is it was a Dunaway idea that ended the chick bracket, and it was actually a really good idea.
Yeah, I thought it was, Brown.
Well,
it really wasn't.
Our problem was we didn't run it by legal.
Yeah. As you do this really quick, Rachel Bilson today has a confession. The big lead is where I got this story. She used to be in your chick bracket all the time.
She did.
She admits she never had an orgasm until she was 38. And that made a headline that popped up in their top reads today. And I instantly thought, chick bracket. No wonder she didn't advance deep in the chick bracket. She always had this weird look on her face back in the day.
Keep going.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I liked Rachel Bilson.
Yeah. I did too, especially back in the day.
Chase P. Auburn fan says, I miss Mike Shula. We used to be a proper country. I had a Nick Saban dream last night. I had two of the weirdest dreams I've ever had. I didn't take medicine or anything. My Nick Saban dream, Alabama had lost to Tennessee in Bryant-Denny. Is that going to be bad? And Saban starts his press conference, but he's got a planned prank. Does this sound at all like Nick Saban?
Oh, yeah, just like him.
A planned prank on the media, like he's planned a prank on the media. So he starts his press conference after the Alabama loss to Tennessee, doesn't call off the prank. He does the prank, and he's like a knee slapper. I mean, why would I dream that?
I mean, we got to break this down. I'll think about it and break.
I don't know.
Let's get another one of our sponsors before we take another break. Still more to come in this segment, though, but part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can stop by and see them for lunch today. Sterling, one of those great human beings who loves to make sure you have a good time when you're in his restaurant. So ultimate customer service, great food every time. Cooked-to-order chicken, comes out piping hot, delicious to the taste, all the wonderful sides, just prepared with love. That's what you get with Champy's Chicken. Sterling and his crew there, Highway 119 in Alabaster, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, champyschicken.com. More of the breakdown of the dream now.
It's going to take me a little bit longer here. So Alabama loses to Tennessee in Bryant-Denny. And Saban starts off his press conference.
Normal, but then he pulls a prank, like a elaborate prank.
What was the prank, though?
He was wearing a hearing aid.
Yep.
And he dropped the hearing aid, and it was like connected to a box, had a wire going to his ear. And his wife had to come help him pick it up and get it like back on him. And then like over the speakers, you could hear some like interference coming over the hearing aid. And he was like, "What is that? What is that?" And they're like, "You won't do something about it, old man." So he pressed a button and it blew a house up. And he was like, just kidding. I didn't really blow the house up. And everybody laughed. And then I woke up.
Okay. So I think your hearing might be starting to be affected by these earbuds that you use every day.
Okay. There's that possibility. I'm deaf anyway.
I think you're already coming to the conclusion that Saban is way closer to the end.
I mean, he was wearing a hearing aid.
The beginning. Yeah. And the housing market is about to explode in a good way.
Oh, it's okay, good.
In a good way.
I'm glad to hear that. All right. Well, there you go. Lance has fixed it.
All right. So when we come back, we've got trash and still to come on the show. We'll unveil in about an hour the bracket punishment that's coming up in just a little bit. Part of the show today as well being brought to you by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. LT's got a lot going out on one NIT game tonight.
I've got one NIT and I've got both. Playing
games. Hemp Hill brings you that. Adam and Chad can make sure your air conditioning is ready for the heat that's just around the corner here in the South.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they are a locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Some great folks there. They're the official tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila, Dobel Diamante. Do you have trash, by the way? You occasionally leave it in the office.
No, I've got trash.
You got it today?
I've got...
Okay, we'll tell you about this. Let me tell you about Maestro Dobel first. New European oak barrel, double filter to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. And then what do we have up here? This looks familiar, like Conor McGregor's.
Yeah, this is proper number 12. You probably have seen Conor McGregor. I mean, they've done a huge campaign on this. But you know what Friday is, right?
It's St. Patrick's Day.
It is St. Patrick's Day. So what a better idea than to celebrate with a little Irish whiskey, right? Not only the regular proper number 12, we also have the Irish apple, which I've actually never had. Very good if you like the Irish whiskey.
Well, let's pop that open, see if it helps Brown's vocal cords. Let's all do a shot.
Already had a shot of bourbon. Should I chase that with Irish apple whiskey?
Yeah. I mean, you want apple or you want regular?
I'd probably go apple. I don't know.
You want apple or regular?
Let's try the apple.
Okay.
Lance wanted the regular. We're abundantly clear on that one.
Hey, so I want to give you a couple of things, though. Our friends from Dobel, also, they distribute the proper number 12. Friday for Patty's Day celebration, they're going to have a party at Moe's in Lakeview, exclusively with proper 12 and proper 12 apple. They're going to have the car bombs, which I know you guys love. The Irish lemonades, I've actually never had one of that. Green beer, they'll have NCAA games on all TVs. Friday, they're also going to be at the Battery in Homewood. Same drinks as Moe's. They're blocking off the parking lot with a tent there. NCAA games on all the TVs. Get out, support local businesses, and enjoy the proper number 12. If I can get this.
Yeah, this is the start of every Bama and Bourbon.
It's not this difficult.
Fumbling around
It's not this difficult.
I'm just waiting for Aaron to give me some breaking news on Bama sports here.
Hey, let's do this.
I've got it.
Let's let Lunsford open it and come up with 3 shot glasses so we can do this
I don't want a shot
properly.
glass.
Well, I mean, Taylor can bring us the shot glasses.
I don't want a shot glass.
You don't. You're just going to do it out of the bottle?
No, I'll do it out of a cup or something like that. I don't need a shot glass.
What did you want a shot glass?
Well, they weren't washed last time. I remember that, and there was a hair floating in one of them.
There was 3, and there were 2 hairs. There was a hair in one, and then a hair in another.
See, that's 2 out of the 3, Lance.
I mean, I got rid of my hair. I fished mine out.
I don't
Taylor
want to fish
hers.
a hair out. Yeah, I'll pass. Thank you. Do you smell the apple?
Yeah, that's the first thing I smell. Yeah. Okay, so we just need glasses.
Yeah.
Yep. I can get some of these Bud Light glasses.
No, I don't.
They drink well.
Use the plastic cups.
That's what I was going to
Okay. It can't be. I mean, it can't be a big shot.
No,
I don't want to waste it.
I still want shot size. I just don't want a shot glass.
Oh, we've got actual shot glasses here. Thank you, Taylor.
Have they been washed?
So come here.
Yeah. It's okay.
Jump on the mic real quick. Are those the glasses we used last time?
I have PTSD.
Have they been washed?
I Yes, I washed them.
Okay.
Last time
If Taylor washed them, we're good. All right.
Hey,
Yeah, unlike last time.
I've
when you
known
told me they
Taylor
were
since
clean.
last summer, and her tick up
you know this
of
one's
the
gonna be
lying
mine.
right there, the little pause, eye roll. Yes, I have. I've watched them specifically
who
myself.
wants the,
I'll take the.
these are about the same.
I'll take the green one.
Is it going to help my throat, Taylor, you think? You think this is going to help me talk better?
I hope.
Don't give me a whole one. Don't give me a whole one. I don't want to waste it.
It was y'all's idea.
Yeah, I just need enough to help me talk better. Hand me that one, Jimmy.
Just for those.
No.
For those that are watching,
First time you've ever turned down alcohol.
Taylor.
I don't know what this is.
It's.
I've never. I don't
Oh,
know
it's
if
too
I've-
much.
It's Irish. It's apple.
I can
Oh.
smell the apple from over here.
That
Yeah.
smells good.
Yeah.
Go grab another one.
Oh God. I'll use one of these. I don't think we have another shot glass. Or there's not one on your desk.
Chase says Way to Wellness has entered the chat. Just one shot.
One
It's less-
shot of apple. It's got fruit in it.
To proper number 12.
Brown's
We're
voice.
toasting to my
Here's to
voice
the
coming back.
NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Here's to
NCAA
Alabama and Auburn
To
and
Auburn
Birmingham.
basketball.
To Auburn
Yeah.
basketball, little T, playing
To
right here in
Auburn
Birmingham.
basketball.
Well, let's
Yeah.
go around the table. What are you toasting?
Auburn basketball.
Yeah, Auburn basketball. What are you toasting?
Making it through this week alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's to Alabama being the number 1 overall seed.
I am
Oh,
toast.
wait. And AP basketball national champions. Go ahead.
Do you have anything else to
You
add?
got to run that banner up.
One more time. And Alabama basketball being AP national champions.
I'm going to toast to Tyler for doing such a great job in Reichstone.
Really good, Tyler.
Yeah. Toast to
Yeah.
Tyler. Toast to Tyler.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Ready?
1, 2, 3.
That's good stuff.
It is.
That was good.
That is good stuff.
Is it going to help my throat?
Hey, I will tell you, I did that better than I did the tequila. I'm getting better.
That one.
Yeah.
Give me that one.
Yeah, watch this one. Brown is a little sick.
I am. Yes, you do not want
All right,
that.
it's Richard says he wants a toast for UAB tonight.
UAB.
UAB tonight.
It's
Hey,
green
hey.
bottle.
You know what is
Yeah.
hilarious is Brown's done 2 shots, not even 11:30.
Well, I'm trying to fix this voice. Lance is medicinal.
Tyler, you ready to do trash, man?
Hit the button.
Brown is Ishmael from Kingpin.
Without a voice.
Charles, I know. I just like to see Brown drink.
Well, yeah, she says it's not helping, and I don't know that it is. I think I'm done trying this. But at home, I drink lemon whiskey and honey mix like the old grandmom cough medicine.
Yeah.
You know, like your granny used to do, a little
Right,
whiskey.
100%.
I went in and got a bottle of whiskey out of here on my way home the other day and mixed some honey and lemon with it to try to help. It actually does help.
It technically doesn't, as she points out, doesn't touch your vocal
No.
cords, but it does sort of, how do I put this, numb your senses and pain a little bit.
I don't
to
know,
where-
but it seems like it helps when I take a shot of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got a lot of lemon and honey in it.
Brown's
though.
going to start with brewing his own beer, and then he's going to have a still like they had in MASH.
Good show, by the way, Mash. Let's hit it, man.
Tell me about the whistles. The whistles got woo. When you want to woo woo, it's that woo woo. You know what I'm saying?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Our friends at Mortgage Right want to let you know if you are in the market buying a house, these guys can help out. Look, you need to call them, locally owned and operated. Buying a home, it's a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs. Perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right lock and shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Visit their locations. Mortgage Right, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I saw this story earlier today before I get to Tyler's. At least 18 female guards in the UK's, they call it the cushiest prison, have reportedly been fired or resigned amid a flurry of sordid sexual accusations, including claims of sex inside cells and one guard smuggling her underwear to an inmate.
So these are female guards in a male prison, just to be clear?
I wouldn't want to...
Am I right about that, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some are male and female.
Like, would you
prisons.
even, like...
There's a variety of different people.
But not the
They
same
were-
prison.
They were male and men guards that were convicted here.
I think so. I'm getting to the story because I just had the pictures before. I wouldn't even want to. I mean, I don't know how much it would take to like lay down in a prison bed for a little bit.
Well, it's called a cushy Great Britain. I mean, there's cushions everywhere.
It's still a prison, though.
Now, it's HMP Berwyn, which is also Britain's largest facility. It's been hit with various claims of these illicit affairs. It opened in 2017. 3 former workers sentenced in a 2019 scandal. So this has happened before. They're saying the report, 18 women who were fired or resigned from a jail, is a record.
It does sound like a record to
So
me,
it's all women.
Yeah,
18 women.
Noting that since 2019, a total of 31 women across England and Wales have been fired from jails for intimate relationships with inmates. How about maybe just hire dudes?
Yeah, the guys in guys' jails, yeah. I'm surprised there's 18 female guards in a men's jail.
I am, too.
That seems exceptionally
I'm actually
high.
surprised there's one. So before she was Carmelo Soprano, Edie Falco was on Oz. She was a prison guard.
Was she?
Yeah, and she was banging somebody in there, but it was one of the other guards. But they were having sex in the prison.
So Orange really is the new black. That's what this whole thing was based on, that series.
Yeah.
Except that was male guards in a women's prison.
Yeah,
But
I don't really have much more. But
good for the goose.
It's pretty interesting, though, right?
Yep.
Now, somebody got a 12-year sentence.
Wow.
Yeah. How about this? Another former guard, Emily Watson, jailed a year after having a fling with inmate John McGee, who was behind bars for 8 years for causing death by dangerous driving. McGee, also described as a drug dealer, she was jailed for performing a sex act on the inmate
wonder,
itself.
like, if you're a female working at a jail, it seems like I would try all the bars and restaurants in London first.
I would too.
Or dating app.
Yeah, or dating app.
I'd work a kiosk in a mall.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of things before I got around to the prisoners.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
I'm
lot of
going
options.
OnlyFans before I'm going
A lot
prison.
of options there.
Yeah. Is there a app like Life Without Parole app or something like that? A dating app where you date prisons?
Like Farmers Only, but it's Life Without
No,
Parole.
there is some kind of weird fetish thing for women that really want to get to know prisoners.
Yeah. What would be the app? That app would be called Conjugal. Are you on
Mingle.
Tinder? Are you on Tinder?
Convicts Mingle.
Convicts Mingle.
I mean, don't forget that old girl that was helping that old boy get away, in Alabama,
Yeah.
right? She fell for him.
And then he shot her in the head, didn't he?
Yeah.
You go to Yard Only. Get out in the yard. Yeah.
No,
All
I
the time out.
I get that.
Yeah.
So yesterday was a hyena.
Huh?
It was
A
a hyena
hyena.
yesterday.
All right.
Today it's a zebra. Man,
Are they mean?
I didn't realize they were. They were really like a docile creature, very fascinating.
But if you had to wear that same outfit every day,
Are they white with black stripes? Are they black with white stripes?
They're nature's referees. Nobody likes them.
A man was taken to a hospital Sunday afternoon after a zebra attacked him in Ohio.
Ooh.
Now, according to the incident report from the sheriff's office, deputies were sent around 5:30 p.m. to a fenced-in field after reports that a man was seriously injured by a zebra he owned. As deputies arrived, they saw the victim lying on the ground with his right arm covered with a sleeve. According to the incident report, dispatch log said the victim had his arm bitten off by the zebra.
Arm bitten off?
I'd first off say you're in Ohio. Why the hell do you own a zebra?
That's
I'd
a
start with
great
that.
question,
Well, I mean, it's a
Jim. Yeah.
conversation piece.
Yeah.
The bars are closed. You want to go see my zebra?
Well, I mean, so's an ottoman, but I don't,
Number two,
it's not going to bite my arm off.
You're walking around in a field with a stick behind the zebra. Advantage zebra to me.
No, the best is, okay, so the zebra looks like it's going a little wild here, but you see dude taking cover behind the vehicle, and he's got a 12 gauge.
Yeah, I mean, he could drop that zebra in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm going to tell you how
Or the
this thing
guy,
ends.
depending on which team he's on.
Yeah.
Now, however, a spokesperson for the sheriff's office confirmed the man was being treated at the Grand Medical Center and probably not going to lose the arm.
Oh, that's good news. So he's
Now,
keeping the arm.
Thank God it wasn't a hyena. He had lost the arm.
When they were treating the arm, the zebra continued acting irate, charged one deputy's cruiser, which was positioned to block the man from the animal. The man was accompanied by family members as he was being put in the ambulance. Zebra would not stop being hostile. That's when they started blowing air horns, yelling at the zebra to scare it away. They said the zebra was aggressive due to being protective of about 5 to 6 female zebras that were in the field.
Well, there you go. He's protecting the
Yeah.
ladies.
This old boy's doing something to the females.
I'm going to guess he was in heat.
Yeah, he's taking care of it.
Now, this is when they told deputies not to turn their backs on the zebra, since that it was possible it could attack. They gave permission to put the zebra down if necessary. Boom. Deputy then fatally shot the zebra in the
Yeah,
head.
sometimes you got to do it.
Here's the thing, though, man. Leave these zebras in Africa.
I agree.
Or Asia, wherever
they don't belong
wherever
in
they
Ohio.
came from. Yeah.
I mean, can we do like a virtual zoo or let's have one American zoo? I mean, we've only got 2 Disney Worlds.
Yeah.
I think having these animals in captivity is not really
but
fair.
this isn't in cap. I mean, this is him on a farm, so he's obviously raising these zebras. He's
Should be
mating
illegal.
this guy. He's doing something. He shouldn't own it. You shouldn't be able to own exotic animals unless you're a professional zoo.
We got to the bottom of it. I mean, he had at least 7 zebras because you said protecting the 6 females. Oh, that's a lot of zebras running.
That's a lot of zebras. So
now, I like this guy's odds right here. He's 1 male zebra, 6 female zebras. I mean, at some point.
Did you see The Last of Us?
Don't be so greedy, dude.
He's the only hope.
I'm not going to give any away if nobody's seen the season finale. But were giraffes in the game?
Oh, I can't remember that.
Okay, well, I'm just saying
That's a totally random detail. But
No, it was, but I mean, it was an interesting scene because to see giraffes in the wild and to see what possibly could happen if civilization stops.
Well, now, if he's the only male zebra, Lance, we got problems now. We got to get something for the females.
They populate. I mean, you heard it last week. With
They
the
don't
cocaine
populate if they
hippo.
don't have a male.
No, I get that. But this was another example in The Last of Us where they populated.
Yeah.
We saw it in 12 Monkeys, right?
yeah, fun fact: the giraffe in the in that show is the same giraffe from The Hangover 3 that got his head cut off.
Is it really?
Yeah.
So it was a real giraffe.
I've actually seen him. He lives in Malibu.
A good comeback for that giraffe.
Giraffe lives in Malibu.
He's got a good life.
Better house than me.
Hey, is a zebra another animal that we've normalized through cartoons? I didn't know they were that aggressive.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to do a Google on the zebra because I thought it was more like a horse.
I did too.
Horse will kick you.
Yeah,
He'll
they're like
kick
a
you in
bite
the head
your
and kill
arm
you,
off.
maybe.
I think cartoons and the Foot Locker have normalized zebras.
So I'm going to get to shower thoughts.
All right.
Because we can go. Are we going to do the bracket challenge in this segment?
The announcement of it is 12 o'clock hour, 12:20 actually.
Okay, first shower thought. Airport wastewater must have a really high concentration of Xanax compared to other wastewater sources. Very true. Another one. In general, bands and musicians named after a geographical location are pretty good. I don't like Kansas. I don't like Boston. I don't like Asia. I don't like Europe.
Yeah,
you guys help me out.
Chicago.
Chicago's solid.
I don't mind. I got nothing against all those bands.
I went Boston. I don't like Boston.
Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a country music fan, I mean, they're talented.
They had a Florida Georgia line.
I'm not a big fan, but they've done what? Kentucky Headhunters.
Kentucky Headhunters.
The Miami Sound Machine.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not bad. There are others.
LA Guns.
LA Guns is good. I like that.
That was a forerunner of Guns N' Roses, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were a wannabe Guns N' Roses. They were about the same time.
Yeah.
There's got to be other examples of this. Nirvana is a state of mind. It's not a geographical region, really. Right, Tyler? Yeah.
Correct.
Can you think of any more? You're a big music guy.
Alabama Shakes was popular.
Alabama Shakes, very good.
Yeah.
Georgia Satellites.
Georgia Satellites is a good one.
Wait,
They had one good song.
Yeah, had that one. I don't know if it was a good song.
I don't know if I call it a good song. They had one
And
hit.
literally, I no longer have change in my pockets.
Does it go jingling-a-ling?
When's the last time you had change in your pockets?
Never.
Yeah, I mean, you get it. You either leave it at the counter or you throw it in an old school ashtray if you still have one of those in your car.
Richard says Alabama. Blind Boys of Alabama from Scott. Very good. Richard says Alabama is the best band named after a state. He's probably right about that.
Oh, I mean, the only other one you got is Kansas, right?
Doesn't mean Kentucky Headhunters. I mean, unless you just got to be the.
Flo Rida from Lunsford.
It's Florida.
It does spell Florida.
Yes.
Yeah, very
North
good.
Mississippi All-Stars.
Yeah, I can't think of any more. So I disagree with that one. Cooking is far more essential skill than driving, yet we tend to be more surprised when a grown adult is unable to drive rather than unable to cook.
Was Good Charlotte a band? I'm going to be on this all day long.
Yeah, Good Charlotte was a band. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's true. Like, if I couldn't drive, you guys would be like, this is weird. But if I can't cook,
I'm like, it makes sense.
Yeah,
It makes perfect sense. I just don't know that it's more essential. We eat out more than we eat at home. You're the same way, Lance.
Yeah, I know. I guess this is maybe for
people that don't eat out as much.
I don't know if it's an essential. Like, cooking to me is not like, I mean, I can put anything in the microwave. Anybody can do that.
I wouldn't call that cooking. That's reheating.
Yeah, but so to me, cooking's not an essential skill.
I mean, technically, no.
But somewhere somebody's had to cook that, LT. They've had to put
Well,
something in the microwave.
Let me tell you.
Like any dish.
Necessarily.
Well, give me an example.
An example would be one of those things of mac and cheese, the Easy Mac.
Okay,
that you
Yeah,
pop
that's
the top.
cooked. That's cooked. It's just frozen.
Somebody has produced that already.
Yeah.
No, but they just, I guess the noodles. Right?
Yeah, it's cooked. No, I mean, anything you put in the microwave has been cooked. You're not cooking
Unless
in the
you're just
microwave.
going like a potato.
Yeah. Listen, if you're
a
on
potato.
Yeah, there's a good one.
There's a good one.
If you're the last man standing on the end of us on your show there, you're going to wish you could cook. It's going to be an essential skill then.
Yeah, but again, I mean, I can put a rabbit on a spit and just put it over a fire.
Can you?
I bet you couldn't. I would
I
bet
bet I
$100
Okay,
$100 you couldn't do
What's
that.
the first thing?
I watched Yellow Jackets. First thing you do is shoot the rabbit.
Okay, you couldn't do that. So
Yeah.
that's what's number 2.
No.
Oh, Lance, please.
I will
you
go
ain't
to-
gonna kill a rabbit?
Why would I not be able to?
Because it moves
Poll-
faster than you think. And when's the last time you shot a gun?
Bud Light
It's been a
poll
couple of
question.
years.
Bud Light poll question. Do you think Lance Taylor, at the Lance Taylor, so he's properly tagged on Twitter, could shoot a rabbit? If you've been rabbit hunting before, you know they're low to the ground, they're fast, they don't run in straight lines.
0 chance.
Could Lance Taylor shoot a rabbit?
I mean,
in the wild.
1 in 1,000 lucky shots kills it. So he will eventually kill it. But
I will shoot a rabbit on video before the weekend is over, and I'll bring it in the studio.
Okay, you
will
do that.
Will you wipe all the steaks if I do that?
yes, Jim, do that, please.
No, I don't want to kill a rabbit to wipe all the steaks.
I could give 2 shits about killing a rabbit.
Yeah,
It's an animal. It's God's creation.
So you do kill it. Now what do you do?
Okay, now is the tricky part because I got to clean it.
That's
if I
right.
don't clean it, I stick the spit through its ass, out its mouth, and put it over the fire.
But you gotta-
and then I pick its. Well, I take its fur off.
Yeah, you got to cut it first and pull the skin off first. Gotta skin it.
Oh, like you know.
Hey, Dunaway.
Same thing with doing squirrels. I watch my dad do it all the time.
Dunaway.
But can you do it?
No, but I don't care. I'm going to be dead by the time this
We
fungal
haven't even
takes over the world.
We haven't even gotten to him building a fire. That was my
yeah.
big objection.
Oh, like you two are like.
We're not sitting here arguing about
I'm
it.
dead.
You are.
I'm dead. I died in episode 1.
I'm not the end of us. You're the end of us.
Yeah, I died in episode 1.
I saw Tom Hanks spearfish and Castaway.
I promised somebody at poker last night I'd work this into the show today. I'm Drew Barrymore in Scream 1. I don't even make it through the first scene. Because I was dumb. A friend of mine, you'll laugh at this, Tyler. Give me Tyler's camera so he can laugh in real time with this. So last night, apparently Scream 6 is out. Is that correct? Somebody had seen it. And I know nothing about Scream.
I'm
except,
sure Lunsford knows everything about this new Scream.
So I said, so is Drew Barrymore in this one? And this person, you see Tyler laughed. He goes, "You've never seen Scream, have you?" And I was like, "No, I was watching. It just came on actually the other night, and the first scene was going, but I knew it was about to be a jump scare. But it's Drew Barrymore in all of them." And he was like, "Dunaway, she doesn't make it out of the first scene."
Spoiler alert.
She does. She's not in any of them. She was in the first scene, and that was it for Drew Barrymore.
Troy, promise you Lance isn't strong enough to pull the skin off. Yeah. I'll make you a bet, Troy. You can come in studio, I'll arm wrestle you right now for $10,000. I've never seen you before.
I need you to skin a rabbit.
I've never seen you before.
All of a sudden, you're that guy from Dadeville they used to call Feinbaum.
Yeah, I'll beat your ass.
I'll beat your ass.
No,
He's
the one telling
I'll
me
beat you outside Paul's studio.
He is the
I'll
one
beat your
telling me.
ass. I'll give you a country boy whipping.
I love Lance thinking he can build a fire out in nature without matches.
Rocks, you hit it.
Yeah, no,
you get
it's
some
you
good
say,
dry pine straw.
You know, Lance will hey,
pine straw.
You know, Lance will build a fire out in nature. Marianne.
Hey Taylor, can you bring me 2 rocks?
You too.
You think you can build a
That's
fire
all
in
we do.
nature? That's the funniest part of it is you think you can build a fire without matches. You couldn't anymore build a fire without matches.
Here's what it depends on how dry the land is around.
Okay, this summer at some point,
It'll
on a
be
slow
dry
time,
as it can be in August.
A slow time.
Yes.
We'll get Taylor or Forrester or any of us.
I've got the survival.
No,
you're arguing it.
No, I'm not. All I said that first of all, I said cooking was not an essential.
You said you could kill a rabbit and cook it.
Okay, here we go.
Then
Let's do this.
I said if we went off the grid, I said I could shoot a rabbit. I said the skinning would be the problem.
So
That's what I said. The skinning would be the problem.
We will go somewhere in a controlled setting this year when it's really dry. We'll give ourselves the best chance, and we will go out and see if either one of us 3 or anybody else on the show can start a fire without a lighter or anything at all.
Well, I got the best shot at it, but not even I could do it.
That's not even true.
No, I saw a way to do it on TikTok.
God, you watch too much TikTok.
Part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
That was a dead hit, by the way. Good job, Lance.
I know it was. Enforcer's right. Bourbon is flammable.
All Lance's got to do is take a whiz.
Got a shit ton back there. Yeah.
Take a whiz.
So what are you going to do? Cut a vein?
No. I can freestand without using my hands to piss, and I'll just hit those rocks, and I'll piss right there on it and see what happens.
Well, I'm so old, I could just take my pants off and walk across the rocks, and my testicles will start to fire.
You know that microphone's old sometimes.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned and operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. As a veteran-owned and operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, 280 Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. For more information, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Richard says Lance couldn't survive without alcohol. So if it's the Last of Us scenario in the world, every day, do you wake up, do you go hunt for food or for a drink?
I don't know if you guys know this. You do know this. I have gone 2 different 30-day stretches without a sip.
I've heard that, yeah.
Oh, how do you not remember that?
Well, I said I've heard it. I've heard you say it. I don't remember you doing it. I wasn't like...
You were part of the show the second time I did it.
Yeah, it really wasn't that big a deal for me, though. I'm just saying I don't remember that.
I'm
you
just
were
saying I
doing
can't
that.
go 30 days without food.
Very happy with it.
No, you got to have food every day. When we come back, we'll continue the basketball conversation, maybe, because we've gone to a place now. But at some point, we'll get back to our bracket challenge and a lot more. The show being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's, where I'm sure Sterling is right now ripping skins off chicken and laughing his ass off at us today. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Back in a moment.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube. You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
All right, back with you on the next round. As happens occasionally when we're having a great time, we sometimes get into some conversations with some of our friends up here. Everyone's getting excited for Birmingham and March Madness. Just a great day to be here at Double Down Media. Great time to be out at Odie's is Wednesday nights. That's when these two guys will be entertaining you with trivia. And Rockstar should be back tomorrow night.
Yeah, looking forward to it. So come out and join us. We start up around 8 o'clock every Wednesday night. Get there a little early. Enjoy that great food from Rodney Davis. He's been cooking it up for more than 3 decades. No rabbit there, but he's got great wraps. He's got incredible burgers, wings, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. So you can come out there and watch all the NCAA action all weekend long. It's just a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Go vote in our Bud Light poll question right now. Do you think Lance Taylor could shoot a rabbit? Yes or no. It's very simple. Go vote there. And
I'm going to shoot one this weekend.
Yeah, please do. Make sure somebody's videoing.
Lance, don't discharge a gun in your neighborhood.
I've got a friend that has a rifle with a compressor on it, and nobody's going to know. Prove you bastards wrong. Again, I can't clean it. I've never been hunting. I've been shooting plenty of times.
Please don't discharge a gun this weekend in your neighborhood.
Yes, it's a bad idea. I'll submit that I'm wrong.
I will say I will go vote yes.
Here's the thing.
In the poll, if you just don't shoot anything.
I have rabbits around my property.
Well, they're not doing anything wrong.
And I will be from a point of view where I'm going to be higher, so I'm not going to worry about discharging anything that's going to.
But you're an animal lover. Don't go kill an animal just to prove us wrong.
It'll be like
we'll get somebody. I guarantee you, somebody out there can cook it. We'll eat it.
It'll be like Old Yeller. You'll shoot that rabbit and you'll be like, what the hell?
Yeah, you know what you're going to do? You're going to kill that rabbit and you're going to see a sign in your neighborhood, some kid's missing their pet rabbit, and you're going to feel awful.
Or all of a sudden, Ladybird, who's an amazing athlete, is going to dash in front of it, trying to be a hero to save another animal, and you're going to accidentally shoot Ladybird.
She has caught birds and squirrels before.
Oh, she's got a better shot at the rabbit than you.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Ladybird.
100%.
It would be 100%. It'd be the first 100% poll ever. Could Ladybird kill a rabbit? 100%.
Now, a lot of people are saying if that rabbit's running a leaf blower at 8 a.m., Lance could kill it.
Yeah.
I really don't know how it got to me being the survival skill guy. All I said was I could shoot a rabbit. That's all I said.
And cook it. No. Over an open fire.
Over a spit.
Over a spit.
I didn't say I could skin it. I mean, I'd have to pick through the fur and all that shit.
Could you imagine how bad that is?
You got to skin it. You can't eat it without skinning it.
Yes.
I bet in a desperate situation you could.
Well, I do think in desperate situations, that's like me outrunning the bear that you've always made fun of. In desperate situations, you figure things out.
You guys bitched about a random hair and a shot glass. You're going to eat through fur?
Well,
I didn't. I fish mine out.
Yeah, I know that was me. I didn't want a hair in my shot glass, but we're not on end of times yet.
You got to get to the point. You got to also take out the bad stuff on the inside too before you cook it. You can't leave the intestines in there and stuff. You got to rake your hand through there and pull that stuff out.
To a little T in there. I'm gonna shoot it. She's gonna clean it.
Yeah,
she's a mountain woman.
She said, "F no." Everybody busted out laughing in there.
Now you are 1 for 1 on shots on a PlayStation. You did shoot that one time, right? Is that the old story?
You talked yourself down, didn't you?
No, I didn't, because that would have been bad. Because that was a 12 gauge, and Leighton was like 1 or 2 upstairs asleep. My buddy's wife was asleep. My ex-wife was asleep. It was like 3 in the morning. It would have been bad.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Brian, I see you. I see what you did there, Brian. Come on, Dunaway. You've eaten through the fur a time or two.
Dunaway. How many times did you eat rabbit when you were a kid?
Rabbit was a
delicacy, right?
In fact, I had rabbit. I ate Hassenpfeffer.
What is Hassenpfeffer?
It's rabbit. Oh, it's just prepared at.
Is it a German? Is it a German rabbit?
In the puddle, you didn't call it Hafen.
No. But the night I got engaged to my wife Maggie,
that was what I ordered at Hot and Hot that night.
Of course you did.
Of course, and Dunaway's trying to show out.
I'm
wasn't he?
engaged now. I'm
I'll take the-
sophisticated.
No, we got engaged afterwards.
I'll
so
take a Hassid.
I had nervous rabbit stomach because I was down on one knee.
Did they ask you where your collar was, sir?
No, I had a collar on.
I bet his breath was kicking when he asked Maggie Perry about treating rabbits.
She went, no, she was standing up and I was kneeling, Brown. Nowhere near breath-wise. All right, top of the hour. When we come back, we'll get to 4 downs, announce our bracket challenge winners or winner. We'll get to all that coming up and more basketball. All the sound you need to get ready for tonight and Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday basketball when we come back. This is the next round being brought to you in part today by our friends at MyBookie, getting you ready for the games. You can go, all the lines are there at MyBookie for these opening round games, the play-in games tonight and tomorrow night, and round 1 on Thursday and Friday. You can go make those bets right now, mybookie.ag.
You can't relance regardless of who wins tonight. Alabama like a 20-point favorite in that game, you think?
No, Alabama will be a 28 to 30 point favorite.
That big. Holy crap, that's a big favorite. Yeah,
they
okay.
will be.
So massive favorite for Alabama coming up in their first game. Auburn Tigers and Iowa, that thing has been back and forth, been really, really tight. Listen, all these games, you can play them right there at mybookie.ag. Use code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag, and you get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. Now, here's the key. A lot of places will give you a sign-on bonus, but you got to bet it like 5 times, 6 times, 10 times for you to win. That is not the case at mybookie.ag. That $2,000 up to $2,000 sign-on bonus, it's yours right away. Bet it one time, yours forever. All the games coming up at the tournament, all the NBA games, all the Major League games coming up, NHL, weekly blackjack tournaments, XFL, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up. mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show here. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Congratulations to our friend Kevin Skarbinski. Has been voted on by the United States Basketball Writers Association, USBWA, as a Hall of Fame member in 2023. He goes in for his coverage of basketball over his long career. When I first started in television back in the 90s, when Kevin was in town, he was always a proponent of basketball and trying to make it as big as football in our state. And I would only imagine that Kevin, back when he would write those stories about how good basketball could be in Alabama, he dreamed of a day when a team in the state was number one overall. Another one was a Final Four team a few years ago. Another one had one of its great stars coaching its team in an NIT game tonight, just off a trip to the NCAA tournament last year. What Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl and Andy Kennedy and Bucky and everybody with basketball is doing in Alabama right now in basketball is the things Kevin Skarbinski wrote about and dreamed about back in the 90s and into the early 2000s. So congratulations to Kevin Skarbinski, longtime Birmingham writer, going into the U.S. Basketball Writers Association Hall of Fame, that being announced today. 7 new members for that, including Leslie Visser, who at one point was a CBS writer as well. So congratulations to all the new members, including Kevin Skarbinski there. One more hour to go. We want to get you ready for the NCAA tournament, which is back in Birmingham. Rounds 1 and 2, Alabama and Auburn are both in Birmingham. We'll talk a little bit about their situations, including their first games, in just a second. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. And LT, you said it, man. Whether it's a play-in game tonight with Pittsburgh with Federico with a knee injury, not going to be 100%. He's going to try to play. Or any of the other players that are either out or nicked up or a little bit not 100%. Injuries are a big factor in these early games of the NCAA tournament. It's been a long year, and some of these teams are beat up a little bit.
Yeah, so major storylines. Do you think I could pull a rotator trying to skin a rabbit?
Yes, you could.
Could be, yeah.
Just say it. I bet somebody's done it.
Probably.
Almost everything's happened in the history of the world before. Anyway, 2023, new year, new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, a little finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
LT and Brownie will tell you some things about Auburn and Iowa in just a second. But first, Bruce Pearl talking about how Iowa is not usually what you think of when you think of a Big Ten team. In fact, there could not be any more difference between the way the Iowa basketball team plays and the way the Iowa football team plays. Here's Bruce Pearl.
Shoot the ball from 3, make 8 a game, play fast. Like, this is not your typical Big Ten team. They're physical. Yes, they're the second leading offensive rebounding team in the league behind Purdue. Yes. So from the physical standpoint, they're a Big Ten team, but they play much faster. They're willing to get it down the floor, and they're willing to take the first good shot. That's why they don't turn the ball over, but 9 times a game. So, and then really, really big guards, really, really long wings. So, it'll be all we want.
Yeah, they are 15-1 when they score 80 or more points. So Auburn's got to play one of its great defensive games and keep this into one of those typical, defense, guard everything, and don't get into a high-scoring running affair with them, much the way they played Alabama a couple of times.
Well, he talks about the long wings, and I mentioned Chris Murray yesterday. He's probably going to be a late first-round guy. Keegan Murray's brother. He averages over 20 a game. He is a tough matchup. And again, they didn't play well down the stretch. They were 4-5 in their last regular season games. They're dead last in the Big 12 in scoring defense. They give up 75 points per game, but they led the Big 10 in scoring at 81 points per game. So you wonder how Auburn's going to win this. I assume Auburn's going to have to show up offensively because they are really tough to stop defensively.
Big guards worry you a little bit, right? Because that's something Auburn isn't. I mean, whether it's Wendell Green, who will be on the show tomorrow with us, whether it's Zeb Jasper, whether it's KD Johnson, those guys are all 5'11", 6'1". So that is something that I think is concerning.
One thing that you can, if you're an Auburn fan, you may notice some similarities with the way their guards play because of Matt Galen's. He was on Bruce's staff when he first got to Auburn. He was part of the development of Bryce Brown and Jared Harper back in their early days at Auburn. He was the coach that was assigned to helping develop those young guards into what they became at Auburn. He's an assistant coach for Fran McCaffrey on that coaching staff at Iowa, so you'll see a lot of similarities with the way they coached Bryce and Jared up when they were at Auburn to the guards there at Iowa. Alan Flanagan, who I think has become, the heart of this team down the stretch here. Alan Flanagan is continuing to start to play basketball the way he played before his injury. Just such a big, important player. Talks about how hungry this Auburn team is to get this opportunity at a second season.
We're hungry. We've come up short a lot this year, not winning like we should or we thought we would. So we'll go into the NCAA tournament with a hungry mindset, just wanting to win games and make a run in the tournament.
Wendell Green on the show tomorrow, but when you talk about a team that, listen, they're 7-10, 17 games against NCAA tournament teams is Auburn. They're 7-10 against them this year, but they've missed some two big ones against Alabama. They missed some opportunities to close out games and win those games. This team has been so close to being something special, and now they get a clean slate to try to do it here.
The first game again, you mentioned those two Alabama games. I was thinking about that when Charles mentioned it earlier, that they should have won the one in Tuscaloosa. The one in Auburn, I just felt like Auburn played about as well as they could play for 33, 35 minutes, kind of ran out of gas. Alabama's better team took over. But the one in Tuscaloosa, that's really hard to excuse. And we've talked a lot about it, and Charles brought it up. Charles Barkley on the show with us in the first hour did. You cannot have those types of lapses anymore. I mean, that's it. You've got to be a 40-minute team if you're an 8-9 seed. You don't get a break. Alabama could play 20 minutes of good basketball and blow out SEMO or Corpus Christi, right? If you're Auburn, you can't afford one of those games anymore. You got to be a 40-minute team from here on, and they've struggled to do that at times this year.
Absolutely, and you got to be able to close out a game, and you got to be able to win close games because most of these games in this tournament, especially when you're looking at an 8-9, is going to be a really close game. Alan Flanagan, to me, the only NBA guy on that roster.
Alan Flanagan's the only NBA guy, not Janai Broom. Anywhere? Is it going to be in Europe, you think?
In Europe,
yeah.
Yeah, and that just kind of highlights the difference between this year's team and last year's team.
Traore was supposed to be.
But
he has not lived up to that expectation yet.
It's baffling because we know that freshmen, especially five-star guys that come out, they make impacts. Anyway, Auburn's got to find the right mix to get right at the end of the season. I mean, they had that 16-3 start. They're 4-9 since.
Can I just tell you historically, and I lived here. I didn't never dawned on me that Auburn had never been to the NCAA tournament until Sonny took them there in the mid-'80s. Bruce Pearl, with this trip to the NCAA tournament, is now second all-time at Auburn on NCAA tournament berths. Sonny's got 5. Bruce has 4. Cliff has 3.
Got a feeling Bruce is going to break that.
Yeah, I think he'll probably pass that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 of the last 5 tournaments they've been to, and as we talked about at Dunaway when they beat Tennessee, and it was obvious they were going to be in this tournament, they had been to 3 of the previous 25 before Pearl got there. 3 out of 25. He's going 4 out of 5, 4 out of the last 5.
Yeah, so Sonny with 5 in the 80s. Then you had Cliff with 3 at the end of the 90s, early 2000s. And now Bruce with 4 of the last 5. That's Auburn's NCAA tournament berths all time.
If you want to make a criticism of Bruce Pearl, and there's not a whole lot you can criticize of the way of what he's done at Auburn, But if you wanted to make a criticism, he's got the Final Four, but otherwise they've been eliminated in the round of 32. And this year will be different. That's only 2 other tournaments. I get that. But this year will be difficult, for that not to become the trend, right?
6-3 all time in the NCAA tournament. That run to Minneapolis helps a little bit. Fran McCaffrey's on the other side. As much as you like, and as much as Bruce Pearl is a likable guy when he's on television or doing interviews anywhere, then there's Fran McCaffrey, Connor McCaffrey's the guard. Is that his son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's played multiple kids. I had multiple kids that have played for him.
Fran McCaffrey's the head coach. Now, the first answer is so short that I convinced Forrester to find him talking about Auburn one other time in the news conference. But in the first 4 seconds of this video we're about to play, all you need to know about Fran McCaffrey is right there. In fact, Tyler, I will ask you much to Forrester and make Forrester punch the wall back there, but after 4 seconds, I want you to stop the video, and then we'll replay it again. But just so you get a good feeling of what Fran McCaffrey is, give it to me.
How do you feel about the draw?
The same way I feel about the draw every year. We're going to play somebody really good.
Okay, stop it. That's his answer. That's all he said. And then it was a long pause, and they had to start asking other questions.
Yeah, if I was to ask you guys, head coach, college basketball, are part of the House of Parliament.
Oh, that's House of Parliament, 100%.
I guarantee he drinks with the pinky out.
Yeah. Scotch on the rocks.
He pees sitting down.
Let me ask you, House of Parliament basketball coach or a pastor of a mega church somewhere in America?
I think it's House of Parliament. I think he'd like to powder his hair. He would wear the sleeping cap to bed at night.
My only issue with mega church pastor is he's not tan enough, Dunaway. I think he probably needs a little better tan to be mega church pastor.
I see that.
My old pastor at Asbury used to look exactly like him. Like this time of year, it would always freak me out on Sundays.
You think Fran McCaffrey was preaching?
I don't know how he recruits.
He's got a you're saying he's got a very Scottish-British look to him, Lance, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and he just seems a little uppity and, he looks down on people. You heard how he answered that. He could be like, hey, man, we are so excited about this first round. You could go a little deeper, give a little more.
Man, what's not to like about our draw? We're in the greatest show in basketball,
and
the
guess
NCAA
what?
tournament.
To me, you can only be a dick like that if you've made it to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament.
How many times has he done that?
That'd be 0.
0. So here's the whole answer. This and Forrester doing an amazing job to find somewhere else in a lengthy news conference when he actually talked about the team he's actually playing.
How do you feel about the draw?
The same way I feel about the draw every year. We're going to play somebody really good. I think the one thing that is they play hard and they compete. They're athletic. It's hard to do what he's done. They've consistently been good. So that's a credit to how he's built the program.
Yeah.
That gives you a lot.
Ringing endorsement for Bruce and Pearl.
I mean, God, would somebody have to break them up when they do a pregame hug and handshake? Guys, come on. We got to get to the game.
What if Bruce says, thank you for all those nice things you said about me the other day.
All 12 words.
We have an opportunity to be in the post-game presser.
Oh, with McCaffrey?
And ask some interesting
You
questions.
think
You want to go in there?
You think we get him fired up?
Oh, I guarantee I could have him lose his shit.
What are you going to do? Just question his coach? I mean, what was the rotation there?
Well, it depends on how the game plays out, too.
Yeah.
By the way, I got asked last night by someone, can you clarify your Jim Nantz stance? So we've got official rules here. Jim Nantz is flying to town as we speak. Maybe he already landed in his PJ out there at the airport. You've got to have next round something on.
Yep.
You've got to be in a selfie where Jim's like standing beside you and he's participating in the selfie, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's got to be obvious that he's in it.
You can't take a picture of him behind you or behind
he's got to be
court.
looking at the camera. We get to rule whether he's obviously engaged.
Yeah, and again,
not.
if you can get him saying, "Hey, I love the next round guys,"
oh,
we get that
that's
video.
$200.
That's $200
That's right.
in our store.
But $100 in the store if only the first person. So time stamped by Taylor, the first person. Anyone after that, there's no store credit. It's not like
first person in.
This is not really a nice question to ask following up a loss, but if he was to lose a tight game against Auburn and I was in there and I was like, hey, look.
To McCaffrey, not Nance.
Yeah, McCaffrey. Yeah, Lance Taylor, next round, originating here in Birmingham.
Sure, Lance.
Coach, just want to ask you, you've been to the tournament a lot. You have never made it to that second weekend. Do you really believe you're earning your $2.5 million per year?
Yeah, that'll set them off. Yeah, anytime you ask a coach if they're earning their money.
I would much rather hear you say a tough loss there, off season now. Have you ever hunted rabbits? Do you think you could shoot a rabbit and or skin a rabbit if you shot one?
Now, I will say this.
Build a fire in the wilderness.
The majority of people don't believe I can do this. Again, all I said was I could shoot the rabbit, put a spit through its ass, through its mouth, put it on the fire, and whatever works after that works.
Right.
I've got a better chance than Fred McCaffrey.
Making the Final Four.
No.
Another Bud Light poll question.
I could do a better job in the woods than Fred McCaffrey.
Okay. If it was the end of time, who survives the longest in the wild?
Well, if you're on the playground, if you had to pick me or Fred McCaffrey right now, which one
is it?
you go
Me,
with?
LT, or Brown? Which one of us survives the longest? Y'all were talking about that in the chat room, and most people are saying I'm too submissive. That whoever our overlords were at the time, I would quickly go surrender Cobra and
I will tell you,
become a big fan of theirs.
Yes.
I had this conversation in
Welcome,
dinner.
aliens, to Earth. How can I serve you?
And if we ever have an apocalypse,
right,
the thing you're going to worry about the most, outside of getting whatever virus this is or going down on the early side, you're going to have to worry about how bad mankind really is.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be every man for himself.
Yeah, and people are going to try to take whatever you've got. I will have zero problems taking somebody's life. So,
can we put that on a T-shirt, Lunsford? I think
I'm saying if I'm in that situation, I never want to be in that situation.
Yeah.
But if I'm in that situation, I will have zero.
Well, that's what I've always said. I don't understand the people that want to survive the apocalypse because life in and after the apocalypse is going to be awful.
I agree with you.
I'd rather the good Lord just take me and my family on home. I will say, when it comes to surviving in the wilderness, I don't know who's going to win the vote between the three of us. But I do believe my Calhoun County blood gives me a distinct advantage.
No, I believe that I have lived closer to the wilderness than you guys growing up in the mud puddle. I have survived multiple nights without electricity. I've survived.
What, y'all didn't pay the light bill?
Yeah, we had a light bill issue.
Yeah.
I've survived before without water, without indoor plumbing, without food. So I feel like I can endure some pain. I've slept on some cold nights on the ground.
I survived the abductors of the late 70s and 80s. I was one of those kids on the street, Monroe, Louisiana, without a parent for a few months, just running around. I was like, I don't even know how old I was.
I've eaten a squirrel.
I've eaten a rabbit.
Wow, that's awesome.
Again, I grew up in Calhoun County. I mean, I just don't know how we even handicap
I don't
this.
know. I think we would all not be good at this.
Oh, I don't either, but I think I can make it to the end.
I think if we did a build a fire in the wilderness, I would win. Again, I saw that TikTok video, and it's easier than you think.
Well, I mean, I just know some, meth head throws his cigarette out of the window and he burns half of California down.
But it's a lit cigarette by a lighter or a match.
The fire already exists.
I get that, but it shows you how dry it is. Again, it depends. If right now, I think we've had
an enormous amount of rain. That's why I said we'd have to do it in July.
That's what I'm saying. It would be really tough now. But if you give me, when we're going through a little dry spell.
Yeah, you got a shot, you think?
A couple of rocks.
Just a couple of rocks, yeah.
There was a time I drove such a crappy car, I could have just cranked my car and started one. The sparks were flying everywhere in that thing. You'll hear from Nate Oates in just a second about Alabama going into this NCAA tournament. But first, let me tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, absolutely wonderful guy. He was one of the guys who texted me last night and said, hey, Dunaway, how do I get in your bracket? I'm looking for that on the way home right now. So we had to get him in the bracket. He is in, ready to go. He will take care of you if you've had any roof damage with these winds lately. If you don't know if you have roof damage, he'll get up there and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. You can't really see if you got roof damage from the ground because sometimes it's just like a loose shingle or two or something that's been bent because of the wind and it's not tacked down properly. That can do thousands of dollars worth of damage. Let Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing get on your roof with a free no-cost roof inspection. Here's the phone number. It's his cell phone number. So straight to the owner, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Just find out if your roof had any damage. Obviously, if you got water pouring through the upper ceiling, you know it did. Greg can take care of that too. If the roof's ever ripped off, he can take care of that. He does it all. Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Even my mom texted me and said, you grew up in Calhoun County on a golf course.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Yeah. Mama Brown knows well. Yeah. My Calhoun County roots.
Hey,
Ryan, come in. I've already cut the crust off your peanut butter and jelly.
Hey, listen now. We have woods behind us. I spent time in those woods.
Oh, you probably had a pager to let you know dinner. You didn't have a dinner bell.
Sure.
No, he probably had somebody, a nanny that the family hired to walk
I
out.
spent time in those woods behind us. I've shot a squirrel before.
With what, a pellet gun?
Yeah.
I think that would work better than a 12 gauge, which was a conversation someone was having in the lobby when I walked out there.
I heard.
It was to kill a rabbit. Yeah.
If you shoot it with a 12 gauge, you're not going to be able to eat that rabbit.
No, I told you, I've got bird shot.
Mine was actually a pistol rat shot out of a pistol. I killed a squirrel with.
Spit the pellets.
Yeah.
You had to do that, didn't you?
Good shot, LT. A little furry here. Nate Oates getting ready for the NCAA tournament as well at Alabama. Excited to be in Birmingham, but he remembers the last time this team was in Birmingham and the time before that when they were in Birmingham. They didn't play great.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great that Birmingham was able to get the NCAA tournament. I think it's great that we were able to have the year that we had when it's in Birmingham. You know, we're the number 1 overall seed playing in Birmingham. The arena was packed with Alabama fans. You know, when it was the Gonzaga game. Hopefully we play a lot better these first 2 rounds than we did against Gonzaga, but I think we'll take care of, you know, our end of that if we can get the fans to pack the place out and get us going. We got to play a really good defensive game these first 2 rounds.
He said Birmingham more than Telluride did back in the day.
He did, didn't he?
A lot of Birmingham.
Hammer that home.
So Alabama gets the winner of tonight's game. Remember, 5:40. If you want to see who Alabama plays in the first round, it'll be the winner of Southeast Missouri State and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. SEMO will be up without their big defender, Terrion Murdix, if you're having a wager with a friend on that game. Pittsburgh and Mississippi State after that, both games on True TV. Pittsburgh and Mississippi State, the winner gets Iowa State. Mississippi State, a slight favorite in that contest tonight. All right. You have something?
Yeah, I've been asked several times to try to predict start times for both Alabama and Auburn on Saturday. And we've been asked some in the chat room. I've had texts, people emailing, just trying to make plans. I get it. The complicated thing there is you're going to have 3 1-seed versus 8-9 winner games Saturday. And I don't know how you project where those games go. It's hard to anyway, but they do like to show the 1-seeds in pretty good times normally when they're not playing a 16.
They do.
So, we've been asked that a lot. We'd love to try to help you, but you're going to have 3 of those on Saturday, so it's really hard to try to do this.
But you'll get that time really quickly on Thursday night.
Yeah, you'll get to know pretty quick Thursday night. I did tell somebody, if Alabama's playing Maryland, that's an East Coast big media market. You could see that one maybe being a primetime game, couldn't you?
But I also look at
or earlier in the day in case they've got
because it's East Coast and West Coast, yeah.
What the better game is, and it's going to be Houston, Iowa, or Houston, Auburn.
That's going to be your best one versus 8-9?
Yeah, I agree.
Probably so.
What's the third one that could possibly go?
Kansas.
Well, just in Birmingham, I mean, you got to also take into consideration.
Kansas is your brand, though.
Yeah, but you got to take into consideration you're playing 2 of those ones here in Birmingham.
Yep.
So obviously they will be in separate TV windows because you can't play 2 on the same court.
time. Yeah, it's not the Conference USA tournament.
So the question would be who would play the first game, Alabama and or Auburn. I would venture to say Alabama would likely be an earlier in the day game. I would say Alabama's not in prime time.
Yeah, I mean, because Lance is right. Houston and either Iowa or Auburn's probably the best of the 1-8-9 games.
At least by
on that day, on Saturday.
The betting spread will be that'll be a closer game.
Yeah, Houston, if it's Auburn, Auburn's a 6, 7, 8 point dog.
I was going to say 8.5.
8.5 point dog.
If it's Iowa.
Against Iowa, it's going to be roughly the same. Kansas and Arkansas, let's just say it's Arkansas.
That seems like a primetime game for me.
Yeah, but especially since it's out, it's in Des Moines.
That's only 7 or 8.
Yeah, so these are going to be tight games. I don't know.
Alabama's going to be a double-digit favorite over Maryland or West Virginia.
Yeah. I was just saying, we've seen you ask those questions. I wish we could answer them. It's just a complete crapshoot, really.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get those TV times if they both win on Thursday night coming up. All right. When we come back, we've got the unveiling of what we're going to do with our bracket punishment this year. And then after that, we will do 4 downs. That is all still to come today, right here on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light poll questions are out. Come join us Friday. We're Thursday at Southern with our friends at Redmont. Friday night, 5 to 7 especially show, a little Bud Light game night, if you will, right there at Todd English Pub. Bud Light, that's down near the Legacy Arena, too, if you're in town here. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our great friends at Bud Light. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Our friends at Alabama Power bring you this announcement about our bracket challenge.
Oh, boy.
Tell us about Alabama Power, and then we'll give you the QR code on how to enter the challenge.
You know, every dollar you save counts, right? It's why Alabama Power offers rates to help you save on your power bill. If you enroll in time of use rate, you save money when you avoid using major appliances at the same time during peak hours or during the heat of the day. Stagger the use of major appliances. Run them on nights and weekends. There's simple ways to help you lower your bills with time of use rates. Sign up today, 800-257-APCO or alabamapower.com/timeadvantage.
Okay, people are running into the challenge right now and signing up, filling it out, and jumping onto the leaderboard. Everybody tied for first right now in the bracket challenge. Charles Barkley's Final Pour. Win Chuck's Bucks in the next round. A chance to win $1 million. Yes, you got that chance there.
but also other great prizes that we'll tell you about on Thursday as we're live at Southern down there. And we'll be there live 9 to 1 at Southern, a great restaurant right out there in Uptown, right across from Legacy Arena for the games on game day. Come by, say hi to us. We're there 9 to 1. Southern will be opening up a tad early, we believe at 10 o'clock Central, for all of you to get in with us and hang out. And it should be a lot of fun to win Chuck's Bucks. Use that QR code or go to nextroundlive.com or any of our social media and make sure you're entered to win Chuck's Bucks, and we'll have a good time. It's as much for bragging rights here on the show as it is everything else, which gets us not only to you guys winning in the chat room and on Twitter and Instagram when you post, but also for us every year. You guys seem to enjoy when we punish each other with this bracket challenge every year. And we've had some classic moments we've discussed time and time again over the years. Brown is Bob Ross, me doing stand-up comedy. Last year, LT encountering a witch as he had to get back from the Heartland by not using a plane, by bus, by car, and by train. And it was an adventure. So this year, we had 4 items that we put up to vote for you guys. And the vote was so close on 3 of them, the non-polygraph, so the polygraph's out. So the other 3, Taylor told us this morning after we closed the voting last night at midnight.
I was really surprised on the polygraph, too.
Yeah, the polygraph way out. But the other 3 so close, I think it ended up being within 122 votes of first to third place that we came up with this idea. And the 3 that were left there was the calendar, the Testicle Festival, and country music song, writing it, producing it, and singing it live.
And a video.
And shoot the video for that. So we have decided, Brown, to do what?
Well, since your vote was so close, and normally this has one that really pulls away. Since it was so close, our thinking was, it's a pretty good spread on what people want to see. Let's try to give them the sampler platter. So what we have decided to do, and Taylor and Kelsey and Reed and Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler, everybody got together and kind of said, this fits this person best, this fits this person best, this fits this person best. And some of you have asked us to do this anyway, have an individual punishment. So we've decided to do it that way to try to give everybody what they want to see. We fully understand when you try to please everybody, you end up making everybody mad. So you guys probably get upset about this. So my punishment.
Yeah, we'll each announce our punishment. If you lose, what is your punishment?
My punishment is I have to attend the Appleton, Wisconsin annual testicle festival. So my punishment is I eat testicles.
Second most difficult.
Second most difficult, according to Lance.
Where do you rank it?
I have.
It's the easiest to me.
I mean, the travel and all that is not hard. I've never tasted testicles. I don't know if they're going to make me sick.
No, they're not. I mean, they're fried.
Deep fried? What do they taste like? Yeah.
Have you ever had a gizzard?
I've never had a gizzard.
I would compare it
grew up
to
on a golf course.
Chicken throat?
I've never had a chicken throat. I've had snapper throats.
It's almost like a hush puppy with an oyster in it.
Oh, I'm not opposed to that.
No. You will really enjoy it.
Yeah, I think mine.
Would his travel come out of his own pocket, or is the company going to pay for that again?
We're going to have to pay for it.
There you go. I think mine will come with, look, I try when I do these, and I've done, Lord knows I've done enough of them, to provide the video content that you guys want to see. So while I think mine might not be as big a punishment as both of yours, I wouldn't deny that. I do think we'll get good content out of it. That's my hope anyway.
Mm-hmm. So there's no financial punishment. It's just he has to go to this festival in Wisconsin and eat testicles. What is your punishment?
Jim, I don't like the tone of that sentence there. There is nobody on this set that has been more financially punished in the bracket challenges than me.
No doubt. No doubt.
So I don't like your tone, and I don't like the fact that you've brought it up right here. I would like that to be noted, Tyler.
Again, the old married couple. Here we go.
It was just an unnecessary thing.
Number one reason for divorce is finances, right?
Finances.
It was just an unreasonable thing for Jim to try to shoehorn into this segment.
Brown's not going to cheat on you.
I just think the travel punishment changed last year when LT was ordering room service at a hotel the NBA team stays in Chicago.
I did not order room service. By the way, I I did pay for every meal. The only thing that the company paid for were the flights. I didn't want to do the punishment, by the way. The flights, the train, everything but food
and listen,
alcohol.
I'm willing to drive to a testicle festival. If you guys can find one closer than Appleton, Wisconsin that you think's better, I'll happily drive there.
There are some tasks, Bobby. We'll come up with those tasks later on.
Yeah, that's understandable.
All right.
Yes.
So what is your punishment, LT?
My punishment is the punishment that I actually created, and
die by your own weapon.
So, got to write a country song, an original.
Right.
Got to perform that live, and then have to actually record and film a video of that, which will never go away.
Now,
First of all, I can't sing.
Right.
I can't write.
Yep.
I hate country music.
That's right. Dunaway and I, at least, I love country music. I think you do too.
I do think it's going to be easy to write a country music song.
My God, you've already performed 2 live songs at the Floribama. So this, again, I don't know if this is a punishment or not.
But again, I knew the words to that one song. Everybody was piss-hammered in the Floribama. It didn't matter. I mean, you could put a sack of cats up there screaming and people would still have a good time.
And then what I think
is the easiest
is by far the hardest, most lasting impact on society, on planet Earth, and not really just for me, punishing all of you as well, is if I lose, I've got to do a calendar shoot, 12 different photos that will last forever, and we will produce a calendar that you guys will have the opportunity to purchase, and we'll give some, once our cost is taken care of, we'll give the rest to charity there if we go over that number. This by far seems to be the most embarrassing, the hardest of the challenges again.
Hardest?
Yes.
How's it hard? That is complete
look
bullshit.
At me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm not an animal.
Okay, real quick, around the room.
Look at this body. Look at this body.
No, I get that.
Who wants to see this without clothes on?
I get that.
Who?
Bert Kreischer does stand-up shirtless every night.
That is a good point.
Okay, I want to go around the room real quick, though. Who takes more selfies than anyone and posts them on this show?
That's James Edward Dunaway.
Yeah, but never from the waist down. Look, Demi Moore on Vanity Fair.
The waist down? We're not going to show your dick on this.
Hey, Demi Moore, how about a little Demi less?
Yeah. I mean, you love having your image out there. You carry 8x10s. You did. Hey, our old office, he had a stack of 8x10s on his desk.
Well, they were from NBC 13 and he had hair.
And it was a joke.
Yeah.
I wasn't handing them out, LT. We stumbled across them.
But if somebody asked.
Well, I happen to have one here. Yeah,
I'll be glad to get it.
I do. Brown, I don't know how you feel. I don't know how you guys feel. I think by far the easiest is the calendar shoot because you don't have to do anything. You pose.
Well, it's the most embarrassing, though.
Oh, I disagree. I think having to write a song that, first of all, could be a complete flop, performing it another flop.
It's got to be a flop. That's what everybody expects.
But you've already done that already at the Floribama this year. Show of hands. I mean, you were not good on stage.
I'm just saying people are going to watch that country music video expecting you to be bad and laugh at it. They're going to look at Dunaway's calendar and they're going to be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, outside of playing the guitar, country music, the easiest genre to sing by far. If I end up being the breakout artist of the year at the CMAs next year.
What did you just say?
It's by far the easiest of the genres to sing. By far.
Okay. Don't disagree. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so what do y'all think is?
I mean, I think
you got to be able to carry a tune to at least do some of this pop outside of the auto.
So you're saying country people can't carry a tune?
Chris Stapleton, Carrie Underwood. I mean, I can just stop me when those people can't carry a tune.
Reba McEntire,
Sam Hunt.
Well, Sam Hunt.
Florida Georgia Line.
Sam Hunt's rapping is what he's doing. Florida Georgia Line's rapping.
I mean, I don't think you got to be able to sing to rap. You just say a bunch of words in a hurry. I mean, rapping is the easiest one to me.
No,
Who can't rap?
It takes more talent to be able to rap.
Please.
1,000%.
Oh, I mean, they roll out. A million guys can rap.
A million guys can?
Yes. I mean, you just say a bunch of stuff nobody can hear.
Go to Nashville. We were just there. Sling a cat, and you're going to hit a country music wannabe.
I think exactly. And they can't make it because it's so hard to make it.
I think they're very talented. So too are rappers. I think any performer is fantastic. I don't understand why you have to say one is not good.
Because he doesn't like country music.
I said it is the easiest, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're incorrect on that. But either way, you couldn't do it even if it was hardest. You're going to suck. That's what people expect. That's why they sign up for it.
So those are the punishments. And as you guys, many of you are pointing out, 2 of the 3 is just punishing you, and Brown has to go be punished and eat testicles. The other 2 is
great point. Yes.
technically me in a calendar punishing you,
punishing the
listening
audience.
to LT sing, punishing you. So those are our bracket punishments for you guys this year. Brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. The bracket challenge is they're easy for you guys. Just use the QR code at all of our sites. And join us at Southern 9 to 1 on Thursday.
Yeah, we're going to be with the Redmont folks really all week. So we'll be at the Southern 9 to 1 for regular time of the show. We're going to try to get that bar up top on the roof opened early. Friday night, we're going to be at the Tide English Pub celebrating St. Patrick's Day with the folks from not only Redmont Vodka, also Bud Light. So we'll give you more information on that. But make sure you get registered. Tell whoever's doing the office pool, use our scoring system. Use our bracket, please. We would love that. Outside of that, go pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka, available in 22 states, locally owned and operated. 8 times distilled, gluten-free. You're going to love it. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
Chad says, just think, Jim, you'll have a ready-made stocking stuffer for Maggie. Already got that taken care of. We'll give her the same thing in the stocking every year, Chad.
I've got an idea for Christmas now.
It's not the elf anymore, is it?
We got 4 downs in the next segment. 2 more segments to go, so we got to go to a break.
Yeah.
But thinking that I may lose, I was running through a scenario last night of, instead of just doing the traditional like Cupid and, stuff you do in July, hot fireman, whatever you do.
Hot fireman again, Tyler.
He is not
Every
let
team will
that
not
name
let
down.
it go.
Bringing it up.
Yeah, I know.
I thought reenacting great album covers would be good. And what was the little baby floating in the pool, that iconic
Nirvana.
album? Nirvana.
You can do it naked.
I'm just saying that would be a really funny album cover, me naked in the pool. We'd have to, have a large black bar of redacting it for the cover, but that would be huge. It would be a great photo, would it not? Of me just floating in a big pool.
Okay, let's just think out loud real
Blink
quick.
182, me dressed as a nurse with that blue glove. Remember that one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. We got something here. We'll think through this.
Yeah. I mean, there's 10 good ones there. I mean, there's 10 more. Just iconic album covers. Me and a Harley coming bats out of hell, Meatloaf. Just thinking out loud. We're back in a moment with LT's 4 Downs next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Four downs quickly right here, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires. They bring you the chat room and everything on social media that we use on this show every day, 4 hours a day. Reg on the reg, over 1,000 comments a day posted over in the chat room. We hit that number again today. Thank you guys so much for all your stuff in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and on Twitter at Next Round Live, and on Instagram at Next Round Live. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 4 great locations.
Yes, 4 locations to serve you. Remember, we're about to hit this cold snap tomorrow. It's going to be a little ridiculous. I think it's going to be down at like 31 degrees. It's going to be all over the place. Anyway, dead battery's not going to get you where you're going before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Steph Curry, 35 today. If I asked you better career when it's all said and done, Steph Curry or Derek Jeter?
I think I'd go Jeter. Is he considered the best shortstop of all time? I mean, all around. Ozzy's the best defensive player.
Yeah, Ernie Banks is an all-around guy. Cal Ripken was an all-around guy.
Steph is definitely the best three-point shooter in the history of the game.
Yeah,
you can't argue that one.
I mean, you just go Derek Jeter, though. He's the captain. They won so much when he was there. I mean, he does a lot.
I'd probably go Jeter.
But I'm going to go Curry, Steph Curry. I mean, that team changed the way we play basketball at every level now. I'll go Steph Curry.
He is more of a pioneer. I think Steph's got 3 rings.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think Jeter's got 3 or 4, so I think that's pretty
it's a
close.
Great question. That's tough.
Yeah, it is really, really tough, but I think I like Jeter a lot more. Yeah. But I'm going to go Steph.
Well, I like them both. I think they both have been great teammates. Jeter, and they both have won championships, a lot of championships.
Jeter's a lot more likable than Steph.
For you, I like Steph Curry a ton. He's one of my favorite athletes of all time. I like Steph Curry. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's fantastic. Unbelievable shooter. And the time he puts in practicing, I'm a Steph Curry guy. But I love Jeter, too. I don't have to decide. But I'm going to go Steph Curry here.
Second down.
More wins next year. Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders or Derek Carr with the Saints?
Interesting they got Jameis Winston to back up for $4 million, the Hueytown guy.
You know, it's funny, and I saw this morning. So the Raiders yesterday morning were 40-1 to win the Super Bowl. Then they signed Garoppolo. What do you think the odds did?
Did it get worse?
No.
That would be horrible.
Yes. But it stayed exactly the same.
That would be horrible.
Still 40-1.
That would have been a very Jim Dunaway-like. We signed you as quarterback, and your odds got worse to win.
There's a reason he's only making $22 million a year.
I'm gonna go with the Saints win more games.
I think I will too.
Yeah. Easier division.
Yeah, much easier division.
Yeah, and not a bad team around him. But you tell me Michael Thomas will not be back in New Orleans.
That's the plan.
Yeah, okay.
Third down.
Albert Einstein would have been 144 years old today. Better career, Einstein or Thomas Jefferson?
Oh, I'll go TJ. Yeah.
Yeah, I will too.
I think I'll go TJ. Yeah. I mean, that's a guy. He was there for the start of everything here.
Founding father. VP. President.
Yeah.
Was also a farmer.
Yep, no doubt. I think
Einstein was just smart. He had like the theory of relativity.
Yeah.
But outside of concepts and theories and numbers and all that bullshit. I mean,
engines, rocket propulsion,
you think this is all Einstein?
Airplanes. None of it happens without
the theory of relativity.
Yeah, but you don't think anybody's going to figure that out?
We might have had a couple of years, little gap
So
there.
you don't
Wouldn't
think
affect
anybody's going to
us.
figure out what farming?
You had to have some constitution among yourself to be one of the founding fathers of America.
Broke away.
I'm gonna go Einstein.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Einstein stayed on the other side of the pond, right?
Yeah, I got Thomas Jefferson.
Kevin says TJ actually tried to write his own Bible once.
He did. You know what he did? He took out all the miracles.
Yep.
You know what the New Testament's not very fun without? The miracles.
The miracles,
Yes,
yeah.
It's not really the same book at that point. Yeah.
Einstein for me. Fourth down.
Fourth down.
Sad ending to the Bible without the resurrection, by the way. It's kind of a key part. Yeah.
Quincy Jones, great producer, 90 years old today. Ultimately better career. Dr. Dre or Quincy Jones?
I'll go Quincy Jones.
Me too. Dre has been amazing as well and is a great businessman, great producer, and a great artist. But Quincy, the acts he has nurtured, he had his own career, but not as popular as Dre. But the acts he's nurtured, and I feel like a lot of Dre and all of them stood on the shoulders of Quincy Jones. I'll go Quincy Jones.
I would go Quincy Jones. I mean, look, the guy was nominated for 80 Grammys. He won 28.
You ever like Rashida Jones? You a fan of hers?
Yeah,
I always liked her.
A film producer, television producer, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Funny thing, this is full circle. Actually, Dre's got more money, $800 million to $400 million for Quincy. That's a lot to do with the Beats headphones.
Yeah.
But Quincy Jones never drove.
Really?
Never drove a car.
Yeah, that is amazing. That's 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tire. You have to drive, so use Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, look, weather takes toll on car batteries. Keep that car starting strong every single time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. They hear the next round, that's who we trust with our vehicles. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Two other news items to get to. We've been talking about one for the last couple of breaks that we'll jump into right after LT tells you about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, that is a number you need to write down. My good friend Chris Stewart, he's been in the business for over 20 years right here in the Birmingham market. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover panel, fits over most existing gutters that will keep that debris out, never clean the gutters again, lifetime warranty. It's a dangerous job. Don't get on the roof. Cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
First round, the Will Wade news, if you'll tell us about that one.
Will Wade, if you missed the story, was hired by McNeese State, the former LSU coach, and McNeese State has announced today he will start with a 5-game suspension. That's the most Will Wade thing ever. Hasn't even coached a game there. He's going to be suspended his first 5.
I mean, what is your expectation for Will Wade at McNeese State?
Oh, he'll probably tear it up. I think he's a really good mid-major coach, too.
Dana O'Neill writes today that both McNeese State and Ole Miss are being used by two high-profile coaches who had different severity of, illegality or violations, and they will use that, use these two schools as a stepping stone to bigger and better things.
I bet you he gets McNeese in the tournament.
Right, and then Will Wade probably does leave and go somewhere else. Yep. It'll be interesting to see what Chris Beard does at Ole Miss, if he has a loyalty factor to stay there a long time. The other story that we've talked about now for a couple of segments, and either other people that work with us have come in and talked about it too, is Aaron Rodgers is asking the Jets to do something, LT. What's he asking? And so far, they've already done one.
Yeah, he's asking to go out and get a certain group of wide receivers, Randall Cobb, which is a done deal, right?
Cobb is a done deal is what we're hearing. Lazard earlier today was one of those from the Packers.
Yeah, Alan Lazard, Odell Beckham Jr. I brought this up earlier. You've already got Garrett Wilson there.
Once Mercedes Lewis, I think, is former tight end.
Mercedes Lewis is the last one, yeah.
It's just amazing. I mean, general manager Joe Douglas back down. I'm going to handle this. Can you ever see Tom Brady doing this?
Well, I mean, didn't he kind of do it with Gronk?
He did it. He went to Tampa. Yeah. He wanted Gronk. He wanted Fournette. Who else did he get? He wanted Jansen at center. He got Jansen at center. There were a handful of people that he got, and they gave him every one of them.
I just don't remember it going down like that. I just remember Tom Brady playing with a slew of unknown receivers.
No, but that was. But when he went to Tampa, he was like, "I will come there, but you've got to do this, this, and this."
Our friend Matt Smith, blogger Southern Pigskin, tweeted, and I agree with this. Hard to turn back now when you're the Jets, but the Jets should probably turn back.
Well,
yeah, I would too.
Well, but to his point, it's kind of hard to turn it around now.
Yeah, but if the fan base is excited, if you turn back, I mean, you're not a playoff team. You slide right back to the worst team in the league, or in that division, or battling the Patriots for that. You're not going to compete with the Dolphins and the Bills. Why not go in? I know you don't like him, but your best chance of winning is going to be with him.
Well, it's not just me not liking him. I think the majority of people don't like him, and they don't like – he's not a team guy.
Yeah, John says as long as Roger leaves Green Bay, he's thumbs up on it.
Yeah, so I guarantee you John is a Green Bay fan.
So he's ready to move on. Understand that. But if you're Jets, you want to win. You want to win. I think – now, it's crazy, but I think Mike Greenberg, longtime Jets fan, said that he would cut off a pinky toe if Rodgers led him to a Super Bowl.
Well, I hope they hack that thing up.
Yeah.
That means Rodgers in a Super Bowl.
I hope they record on Get Up so more people see it that night on SportsCenter.
Wow.
It's a joke. It's a very highly popular show. If this makes it on there, we love you, Greeny. Really love Orlovsky, though. That's the show. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.